call the meeting to order, and I'd like to call on Deacon Michael Mance with the Diocese of Corpus Christi to lead in the invocation, and then Gina Sanchez, the Marina Superintendent, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bow your heads and pray for God's blessing. Almighty and ever-living God, we give you thanks for the many blessings in our lives. We thank you for our families, for our friends, and our ability to live and worship in a free country. Father, we come this morning and humbly ask that you bless the members of the City Council, give them wisdom, give them courage to make honest and just decisions for all of the people of the city of Corpus Christi. And we ask this always in your name. Amen.
If you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you will please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Ms. Huerta, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera. Here. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right, we have several proclamations, so I'm going to come down. The first one is going to be for Indigenous People Day. If you're here for that, if you'll join me down here. And Elizabeth's been out sick, so did she get, if somebody been assigned to do all the, okay. All right. Don't tell Elizabeth what we miss her when she's not here. I look a little unorganized without her in here. But anyway, today is Indigenous Peoples Day, and Councilman Garza is going to help me with this one.
Good morning, everybody. Indigenous Peoples Day. Prior to the arrival of Christopher Columbus, over 600 indigenous tribes inhabited the Americas. Colonization expunged 8 million indigenous people and left only 300,000 to continue the preservation of their cultures. Long-held cultural practices were devalued due to this horrific time in our history, and acknowledgement of what has happened to indigenous people is coming to the forefront. In 1994, the United Nations proclaimed the second Monday in October Indigenous People Day, a holiday that celebrates the honors the Native Americans and commemorates their shared history and culture. We honor the Karankawa, the Lipan, the Apache, the Carrizo, the Common Crudo, the Tankawa, their extinct tribes, any tribes absorbed by other tribes, and tribes that are acknowledged by the United Nations. We admire and would like to thank them for providing us cultural facts and promoting a way of life that would have been lost. Through their lives, we continue to see honor, bravery, love, resilience, and peace.
Now therefore pursuant to the powers vested in me and the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim the second Monday of October Indigenous Peoples' Day in Corpus Christi. Encourage all citizens of Corpus Christi to observe this celebration. And I'd like to give you this mic. Now, we don't have time for everybody to say something, but if you can just kind of tell us a little bit about what we're here, and we appreciate it.
Well, we're here in honor of Indigenous Month, and that the earth is healing. We've come a long ways, and we wish to reach higher goals of ourselves. And we thank for all those surviving Native people that are still fighting a hard fight and still here. We've always been here, and we will always be here. So thank you all for allowing us and presenting us this day. We take this to our heart, and we take it well.
Very much. All right. Well, let's kind of bunch up here if we can. Well, we don't want, if we bunch up, then we cover up some people. Have we got? Can we get?
Do an honor song right quick if you all do that.
What now?
An honor song.
Honor song. All right. Thank you.
You sign one of these.
All right.
Yeah, and they know, and then you're the next one.
All right. Coming in the nick of time. What? This is Help Hit the High Notes Day. Reggie, did you hit the note a little too high or what?
I thought you said stand up.
Oh. Well, come on down. Don't trip on a low note, that's for sure. All right, this is Help Hits the High Note Days, and Councilman Molina is going to help me with this. If you're here for that, come on down.
I got one. I dance all the way over here.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, David. How you doing, sir?
All right.
All right. Help Hits a High Notes Day. Hammond's Education Leadership Program, HELP, is a local nonprofit that has over the last 10 years taken more than 4,500 clients on over 250 personalized visits to at least 100 unique job sites in the Coastal Bend area to help them find the job of their dreams. HELP has, through its various career clubs in the schools, now totaling 26 schools in 5 districts and 2 counties, provided exciting speakers, demonstrations, and virtual tours from a wide variety of in-demand and well-paying local careers. Throughout the years, and with the assistance of Best Buy, Grande, Kiwanis, Clayburgh Bank, Landlord Resources, Miller Alumni Club, Brazelton Homes, and others, HELP has installed over $150,000 worth of state-of-the-art touchscreen Windows on the World in Taft and Ingleside ISDs, along with 19 other Coastal Bend schools. HELP is holding its annual fundraiser at Brewster Street Ice House in downtown Corpus Christi, featuring local celebrity talent on Tuesday, October 15th, 2019. That line was referring to me, by the way. And it's paying special attention to the 80s.
This is celebrity talent, if you haven't figured it out right here. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 15, 2019 as HELP Hits the High Notes Day in Corpus Christi, and urge all the citizens and Coastal Bend citizens to join the local notables as we continue working toward principles HELP was founded upon, and they're doing a great job for everyone. If we only had help, people find them, and all the people learn best by doing things themselves rather than hearing it secondhand. So we want to appreciate all you're doing, and thank you, and give me a brief comment.
Well, for the last 15 years, HELP has tried to take as many kids as we could to as many places as we could. We do that by getting donations from the public, from corporations, etc. We have taken, as Ben said, over 4,500 kids from the SLGC and the other alternative agencies, and have had a pretty good track record with showing them things that they didn't even know existed. And we have a lot of jobs coming into the Coastal Bend. We have a lot of openings, and we have a lot of kids that need them.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate what you're doing, and so let's give them a hand for what they're doing, and we'll get a picture up here. I'll let you have that. I don't want you to. David? All right, our next.
Probably one of the very few occasions that the populace will have to see one of the city council members doing that song, It's Tricky, along with the assistant DA.
We'll make sure the police are there.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, the next one is a great one, and celebration of life. If you're here for this, the League of United Latin American Citizens Council 44444444, better known as LULAC Council 4444. If you're here for the family celebration of family, come on down. Are we? Huh? You're it? Well, come on down. All right. Well, I don't know where the rest of them are, but we're glad you're here. All right. The League of United United Latin American Citizens Council 4444, better known as LULAC Council 4444, was founded in Corpus Christi in 1999 and advances the economic condition, health, education, safety, and unity among all people in Corpus Christi. LULAC will be honoring 2019 four-star parents. They will honor the parents of families who have set the foundation on which we continue to build our city and who have helped build the bridges of values for strong families. Corpus Christi is blessed with a multitude of families, an essential part of culture, social, and spiritual fabric that in Corpus Christi. Families in Texas society are quite different from how our ancestors grew up. For example, families may be multi-generational, smaller, single-parent, interracial, multi-ethnic, and blended. The family contributes to the creation of children's rich inner peace and readiness to perceive knowledge and moral and ethical values. Corpus Christi recognizes strong families at the center of strong communities. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 25th, celebration of family in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to recognize and express appreciation to LULAC Council number 4444 and their distinguished honorees for their dedication and contributions to the community. So we do want to thank you for that, and if you've got a comment, I'll give you this proclamation. All right, you're going to get your notes. I understand. All right.
Good morning. Thank you, everybody, for recognizing LULAC Council 4444 and its 2019 celebration of family. We appreciate it. Because of this event, and since 2012, the council has awarded scholarships to students to attend college. And this is because of the event. We appreciate the support from our community so we can continue to award scholarships to the students. And we also, next week on Friday, the 25th, October 25th, is the event for the celebration of family. And the honorees, among those honorees are Judge Manuel and Mrs. Peggy Bañales. We have Mr. Ezequiel Kiko and Grace Barrera. We also have Mr. Agustin Augie and the Honorable Juliana Rivera. And the fourth one is Mr. Hector and Thelma Salinas. Parents are primary city leaders because they dictate the caliber of our community's character and leadership. So also, as the mayor mentioned, this is 20 years anniversary since 1999 for the Council 4444. I've been part of this for about 6 years, and I really enjoy working with a group who's not here with me now, but but they're wonderful, great group of people. And on behalf of them, on behalf of the members, I want to thank you again for the support for LULAC Council 4444. Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. Councilman Smith's going to help me with this one. And this is always a fun one. So this one is in celebration of the 59th Annual Texas Jazz Festival Day. So if you're here with your horn or your whatever you got, come on down. Play us a tune or sing us a song or dance a jig or whatever you want to do here. We don't want you running over anybody. It hurts. Yeah. You really hear some screaming.
How you doing? Good to see you. What we have, this is a Corpus Christi icon, the Texas Jazz Festival with it. It's just a great event. So, inaugurated in 1960, the Texas Jazz Festival is one of the longest established and continuously operated free music festivals in the nation. The concert was the beginning of the annual Texas State Jazz Festival in Corpus Christi, Texas. Its founding members, who became the nucleus of the Texas Jazz Society, were Alberto Garcia, Eddie Oliveras, Sal Pedraza, Joe Hilardo, Raul Cuestra, Julie Garcia, and Wanda Gregory. In 1989, the festival became the official Texas Jazz Festival, and this year's festival will be the 59th annual Texas Jazz Festival. Jazz is the original art form that has become an important part of the rich musical history of the Lone Star State. This highly anticipated event is made possible through the efforts of the Texas Jazz Festival Society, an all-volunteer organization. In presenting this Corpus Christi Festival free of charge to the public, the Society is carrying forth its goal of perpetuating the live performance of jazz music. The Society also encourages and assists in the education of young jazz artists and works to highlight musicians of all ages in the Corpus Christi area.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 18 through 20, 59th Annual Texas Jazz Festival Day, and encourage all citizens to jazz it up and to come and support them and the Texas Jazz Society and help them in their dedication and presentation for the preservation of live jazz. We appreciate everything you do, and we're looking forward to a fun time. You're going to be the spokesman on this one?
I couldn't have said it better myself, right? Thank you. I'm going to take this time to thank City Council, the mayor. Thank you. There's a person here that I got to give special thanks to is Chief Marco and Paulette Guajardo, and also Rudy Garza. So just to thank these people for helping us out. They've done a lot of things for us. So, Rick, do you want to say anything?
You know better than that. Hi, everybody. I'm Rick Sanchez. I was president of this organization for 20 years. And I stepped down and let the younger people take over. Well, 2 people died on my board of directors that year. So guess what? He was the vice president, and now he's president, and I kind of had to help him out a little bit. But this year we're going to have everything bigger and better than ever. I got to give a lot of credit to Mr. Vic here. He's come through solid, and all I can say is you need to step up and come to the Jazz Festival, because, you know, New Orleans was a birthplace of jazz, but it takes a vacation in Corpus Christi 1 weekend a year. So, thank you all very much, City Council. Thank you, everybody.
We appreciate what you've done, particularly over the last 20 years, and kept it going, and better keep it charged up. We got 20 more to go before we do it again, so, all right.
We appreciate everything.
I'm Santa Claus. Well, you better be ready. All right. All right, this next one is the National Pro Bono Week. If you're here for that, the legal aid organizations that help folks. This was named after Sonny. Y'all they're too young. Has anybody ever heard of Sonny Bono? Or have I outlived everybody in the audience? Okay. Who?
Should watch for trees.
Okay.
All right. Legal aid organizations provide valuable services to low-income residents in need of legal assistance and often do not have the resources necessary to provide free services to those most in need. The participation of private attorneys in the Volunteer Lawyers Project of Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid Incorporated has resulted in thousands of hours of donated assistance and representation to the low-income community of Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend. The American Bar Association has designated October 20th through October 26th as National Pro Bono Week to recognize the valuable contributions made by pro bono attorneys and to encourage increased pro bono participation.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 20 through 26, 2019 as National Pro Bono Week in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to thank the attorneys who provide their services at no cost, which benefit the individuals, their families, and our communities in South Texas. And we do appreciate that, and I'd like to give you this proclamation. All right, you'd like to say a word or two? Now remember, we charge by the hour, so.
Hi, my name is Maria Martinez, and I'm with Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid. And basically, what you guys just finished reading is exactly what we're here for. And so I'll just go ahead and skip all of this. Pro bono legal services has been my passion. I have worked for Trolla for over 38 years and have found that this is to be not just a fulfilling job, but a career for which I feel a great passion. I am endlessly thankful to those attorneys who assist those with accessing the legal system that would otherwise face impossible hurdles, and I am honored to work with them. In the spirit of this week, I call on the legal professionals in this community to embrace their ethical and professional duty. The responsibility to provide access to the legal system falls on all our shoulders. But it is not only a responsibility, it is a privilege to uphold one of the greatest pillars of our nation, justice for all. Thank you for your time. I look forward to working with all of you as we continue to work for our community.
We appreciate all that y'all do and will continue to do for Corpus Christi and the Coastal Bend. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. Mr. Roy's going to help me with this one. I will probably get this wrong, so bear with me. Depavelli? Does anybody here recognize that? Depavelli. I wasn't even close. Anyway, it's the Festival of Lights Celebration Month, and Councilman Roy is going to help me with this. Did you listen to what they just said? I did. Y'all come up.
Okay. Deepavali, Sanskrit terms which means a row of lamps, also known as the Festival of Lights. It is the biggest and most celebrated holiday in the Hindu religious calendar. Celebrants light small oil lamps, place them around the home, and pray for health, knowledge, and peace for family and friends. Deepavali is the celebration which signifies the time of inner illumination. Hindus believe that the light of the lights is the one that steadily shines in the inner chamber of the heart. Deepavali is celebrated between the months of October and November based on the Hindu religious calendar. It is celebrated as a day of thanksgiving and the beginning of the new year for many Hindus. Deepavali is celebrated for the victory of good over evil, light over darkness, and knowledge over ignorance. It is celebrated annually by Hindus, Sikhs, Jains throughout the world. Deepavali is celebrated by Sikhs as the day that the sixth founding of Sikh Guru, or Revered Teacher Guru Hargobind was released from captivity by Mughal Emperor Jahangir. For Jains, Deepavali marks the anniversary of the attainment of moksha, or liberation by Lord Mahavira, the last of the Tirthankaras, who were the great teachers of Jain Dharma at the end of life in 527 BC.
Hey! Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim October 15th through November 15th, Deepavali, Festival of Lights Celebration Month in Corpus Christi, and urge all the citizens of Corpus Christi to take cognizance of this event and participate fittingly in its observance on Sunday, October 27th at 5:30 p.m. at
Sri Venkateswara Temple.
That's what I said. At 10401 McKenzie Lane in Corpus Christi, Texas. Well, we appreciate that, and we'll give you this as a proclamation. And you can be the spokesman. All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Personally, and on behalf of everyone here and those who couldn't be here, we wish to thank the council for honoring us with this proclamation today. And we also take this time to invite everyone to this event on October 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if the proclamations today don't tell you that America's a great country, you just need to wake up. I mean, we've had the indigenous folks here, we've got these folks here, we've had the LULAC. I mean, we've celebrated a lot of people, and God bless America. All right, now, all right, we have the oath of office. Stephanie Brown here. Stephanie, come on down. We're going to swear her in as a new member of the Senior Companion Program Advisory Committee, and we appreciate your willingness to do this. If you will raise your right hand and then repeat after me, then we'll get you sworn in. I, state your name,
I, Stephanie Brown,
do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it, and welcome aboard. And see her right. Wait a minute, we got to come over here and get your picture. Wait a minute, you got to get your picture. That's pride. That's. Okay, well, it's 12 o'clock, which gets us to our public comment period. And for your information, Ms. Huerta will go over this as to when you can, if you want to speak in the public comment or on an agenda item. But for your information, item number 35, we're going to be going into executive session immediately following public comment on item 35. So if you were here today to speak related to item 35, this will be your opportunity, or you could wait till after the executive session. But if you're waiting, you don't have to wait until we get to item 35 to speak to it if you want to do that. So Ms. Huerta and Mr. Risley, would you go over the rules?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on agenda action items or during the petitions part on non-agenda city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Good afternoon. I'm City Secretary Rebecca Huerta, and I'll be conducting the public comment period today. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting, so please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. And once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And at this time, I have 6 individuals signed up for public comment. The first is Jack Gordy.
I'm Jack Gordon. I live at 4118 Bray Drive. And I'm here about the same thing that I've been here a number of times about. Is the city of Corpus Christi is violating the Federal Highway Beautification Act. They're violating the State Highway Beautification Act. And they're also violating the city ordinance. and it's regarding the Highway Beautification Act. He's passing out a paper there. There's 14 roadways that falls under the Highway Beautification Act. And the sign, if it's not on the premises that's being advertised, it has to be at least 150 feet or 50 feet from the right-of-way. And on Everhart, at Padre Island Drive on the south side of Everhart, there's a sign that's violating those laws that's been there now for over a year. And I've reported it to the city about 10 times. But it's still there as of this morning. Now, the state come down here and inspected these roadways about a year ago, and they found 120 illegal signs. The city has no problem. The agreement was that if the city could collect for the sign permits, they would enforce the Highway Beautification Act. And they signed that agreement. They're collecting for the sign permits, but they're not enforcing the Highway Beautification Act. I don't know how many there is right now, but on the way down here this morning, I counted 6 signs that's violating that law. 6 of them. So, code enforcement evidently is not doing their job. Or let me say this, when they're driving around in the cars, they must be asleep because they're not looking to see what the violations are. I've got a letter drafted, and it'll be in the mail today to TxDOT again. And TxDOT this time has already threatened to decertify the city. You won't be collecting for sign permits anymore. This city council was elected to make sure that the city does things right. But I brought this up I don't know how many times, and nothing's being done about it. So this city council needs to start doing what they were elected for.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy.
C.C. Johnson.
Yes, it's me again, C.J. Johnson, 509 South Kawakwa. And I'm here again on mental health, speaking of the shootings. A lot of people don't seem to want to recognize mental health is involved. I'm not saying all of it is, but a lot of it is. And I know, because like I said, my daughter was a mental patient. Here just last week, there was a man right out here on Leopard Street speaking obscenity, loud, and waving a knife. Now, you aren't going to tell me that isn't a mental problem? It sure is. And you never know what mental patients are up to because you don't know what is going on in their minds, especially if they're hearing voices. And we don't want Corpus Christi to become another shooting area, do we? No. With children going to school, innocent people around, we don't want that. No, we need to get on our boards and start exercising something about it. We sure do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I'm just before you today to let you know that I wanted to invite all of the city council as well as the city manager to the national president of LULAC is coming to town. He will be here for a Freedom March. It will happen at 5 o'clock between the cathedral and City Hall. We'll be in front of City Hall for our talk. So we're hoping that after you finish all your business, or maybe have a little time to go out there and welcome it. Council One is the chief sponsor for this march. And we want to make sure that everybody attends. It is something to show our city off. We want to make sure that people understand that our city is a little bit different than other cities, and that we are here in unity, and we want to continue that unity. So if you please, if you have a moment, we would love for you to join the march, the Freedom March. And again, it's from the cathedral, starting at 5 o'clock, all the way to 7 o'clock, ending up here in City Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Debbie Lindsay Opal.
Mayor McComb, honorable council members, I'm Debbie Lindsay Opel, 700 Everhart, Suite F11 in Corpus Christi, Texas. You know, I always want to thank each and every one of you for your time, your commitment, and your service to our city. I can truly say people do not understand what it takes to be a council member day in and day out, so thank you for all that you do. The only reason that I came down here today was to share with you that I am proud to have brought forth a discussion on forming the North Beach Task Force. Along with the leadership of council members Garza, Hunter, Molina, Smith, and of course former member Lucy Rubio, we put together the real foundation for a path forward for North Beach. I certainly understand your interest in hitting the pause button, because what comes next for North Beach has the potential to be truly transformative. However, I would hope that that pause is short. In the work that I've done in my business, I have certainly learned from my clients that there are two things that kill deals. One is time and one is unpredictability. So I encourage you not to take too much time, because we really do see an opportunity for North Beach. I was thinking about some other projects that didn't make it here in Corpus Christi. Leaders like Bill Harrison, Leon Loeb, and Bob Rowling, they had the transformative ideas and projects, but they just didn't succeed for a variety of reasons. I heard our city manager speak last night. I think I'm ready to sign up for the fan club. He did an excellent job in presenting, and one of the things that he pointed out as he's talking to staff, and I really wanted to find those words that you used, but he talks about disruption. And a bit of it is we have to disrupt what we believe is possible or what we have always traditionally done. And I think that this is a project for the council to think about. How do we disrupt what we believe to be true or what we've seen happen in the past? North Beach has been a problem for decades. It's going to be a while before it all gets fixed. But right now we do have the right ingredients for success. The Opportunity Zone designation is very attractive to those with money. You know, there are interested investors. There are folks who want to put their money in, and the discussion that you're going to have later today to establish a TERS to help incent development like we've seen in downtown, out on the island, and other areas of the city have been very, very beneficial. So I apologize that I won't be here to hear that discussion. I may be able to catch it live on the internet, but I really appreciate all the time and thoughtful deliberation that you give to this and so many different issues for our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marsha Williams.
Marsha Williams, 6006 Strasburg, Kings Crossing, Corpus Christi. I was born and raised here. I've lived here all my life. I've volunteered for committees. I've been on the board of Realtors Committees and chairman of the board several times. This is the first time that I've really come down here to speak about something I think is so strong. That North Beach project has got to get attention and go through. It's the first time since I grew up here that we've had anything pliable on the desk that would really work. Corps of Engineers has looked at it. We've got money behind it. If you haven't seen the short little films that have been produced about it, being a realtor, I'm not involved in any of the commercial stuff over there, but I see the potential of a great opening of the doors for commercial to come in there, and finally North Beach to be something besides what I was told as a kid. You do not go to North Beach. It's dangerous. It's bad stuff over there. If you get caught over there, you're going to be on restrictions for a long time. North Beach has changed, and it needs to change any more. I mean, you've got the museum, you've got the aquarium, you've got a lot of stuff going on, but we need the final kick. The water is a problem. I have been over there. Most of the people that have been in Corpus have been over there in the rains. You can't get through over there. We have got to do something. And the old cliche about if you keep doing the same thing you've always done, you're going to get the results you've always got. This is a whole new way of looking at North Beach. It needs to happen. I really encourage y'all, and if you need help from the Real Estate Commission, groups at the Real Estate Board, I'm sure anybody over there will help you answer questions. I do hope y'all get behind this project, and if you need the backing of the board, I'm pretty sure that you will get that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gloria Scott.
Gloria Scott, 4422 South Alameda Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. To the mayor, the city council, and the staff. I am here to speak about a proposal you passed on a few weeks ago and the several issues that it raised, and to ultimately ask you, and several of us will be doing this, to reconsider it, asking someone who voted for it to bring it back up. But it relates to Blucher Park, the item you passed about that, and the relationship of it mostly was driven by, it seems, the fact that it was tattered and the homeless were sleeping there and doing things, and we went over to see that there are no porta potties or anything there in the first place. But number two, that those two issues really are tied together, homeless. Our Lead First, Guy Nicholson's group, and us, we feed every other week, at least for 9 different places that try to reach out to the homeless. So the homeless is the other part of what I want you to put those two things together to reconsider. And that instead of investing about $50,000 or what it seemed to be to tear up old Spahn Memorial, that a group, there are several community organizations, church organizations, sororities, fraternities here in the town who are willing to volunteer their time to help look at this, but to look at taking, instead of tearing it down, investing $50,000 plus to tear it down, to look at it and convert it for its use to house the homeless and to provide all the things. There's the kitchen downstairs, there's food. It would be a wonderful thing to consider. So I know 3 minutes is not long enough to really go into it in depth, but I would like for you to all be thinking about that, and that we will bring it and back up, ask someone who voted for it to look at that, instead of keeping them from getting into Blucher Park, because that's a beautiful place, and the birds love it, of course, and the other people who do it. But instead of barring them from it, create a place for them to live, that the city would live and save the money that we're going to use to tear it down. And many of us are available to help and to provide our invested time free to help look at this and explore it. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'm going to ask if there's anyone who did not have an opportunity to sign up. If you'd care to speak now, you could indicate that now. Okay. And this will be the only time I will ask. So.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Taylor Oldroyd with the Corpus Christi Association of Realtors at 4825 Everhart Road. I'm not sure this is the best time to talk about item number 23, but since I'm here, short-term housing rentals are an important part of travel and tourism for many coastal and resort communities and a growing component of the shared global economy. Many municipalities face a shrinking tax base as this sector grows and are therefore considering ordinances that could disrupt this new important industry. However, with advances in technology, complying with important tax laws doesn't have to come at a high political price. The Corpus Christi Association of Realtors supports the collection of the hotel occupancy taxes from short-term rentals. Individuals participating in the short-term rental business should treat this like a business and do everything they can to honor the spirit and the letter of this proposal. Most short-term rental activity falls under existing state law and municipal codes that govern property uses and zoning, etc. No additional ordinances are necessary to mitigate potential nuisances, to collect the taxes, and protect residential neighborhoods. Tax collection and remittance are important and the responsibility of the rental owner. The association supports efforts to incentivize rental platforms to work with all host properties. These steps and active enforcement of nuisances and other prohibited conduct allows free operation of short-term rentals without restrictive regulations that place burdens on property owners and city zoning enforcement. In short, the association supports a short-term rental policy that allows collection of taxes while avoiding registration process or a collection of restrictive fees. The association supports public policy that brings policymakers and all industry stakeholders, real estate professionals, and property owners and the public to the table. And we look forward to discussing this with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the public comment period is closed.
Let me just, if you were here to speak on item 35, we're fixing to go into executive session, so this will really be the only opportunity you have to speak on that if you didn't want to do it during the public comment period. Well, I guess when we come back out, we'll have to have a vote, so we'll make one more opportunity. But anyway, at this time, the council will go into executive session on item 35, Police Officers Association Agreement per the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071. I don't think it's going to be long, so we invite you to stick around or get up and stretch your legs, and we'll be back shortly. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order, and we completed our conversation and discussion on the item 35.
35.
Is there any motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion authorizing the city manager to execute a collective bargaining agreement with the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association for wages, benefits, and working conditions as distributed to the city council with changes to form as approved by the city attorney.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve the collective bargaining agreement. Has there any council comments or questions? Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, I'd like to thank the negotiating teams and the Police Officers Association. I made the effort to go out and see some of these discussions and negotiations, and everything was done in a very professional, civil way, and I truly appreciate that. And it was how government and how these negotiations should work. So I want to say thank you to all the participants, and I think this is a great deal for the city as well as the Police Officers Association. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I would like to echo that, but I think for the city of Corpus Christi, what's our prime need for the citizens is to provide public safety. And the fact that we now have a 4-year contract, some great negotiations, some concessions on both sides, that's what we should expect. But I think this is a great day for Corpus Christi and this council. So for 4 years now, we have a good working relationship with the PD. Thank you, PD. Thank you, city staff, as we move forward.
Mr. Roy?
Again, I'd like to echo the same. I think it's wonderful that the city staff, that everyone was able to negotiate and achieve this with concessions and keep this in a manner of professionalism. I'm so thankful for what you guys do and appreciate keeping this city safe. So thank you very much.
Ms. Guajardo?
Thank you. I'm going to echo all of that, and I want to say thank you to the Police Officers Association for working with us, because I think this was a record time that we reached this agreement, and that means everybody hopefully is happy, and that you guys continue to work with the city. You are our first and foremost, I guess, front of the line, you could say. So it means everything to us. And again, partnerships, working together, going into things, looking at both sides clearly so that we stay a team and not your side versus our side. So thank you very much, Mr. Leeton, for leading that end of it, and of course, our team here with the city.
Where am I here? Mr. Roy? All right, Mr. Garza?
Ditto. Just thank you very much to the CCPOA, Scott Leeton, and the leadership there. Great job, city staff. I know that you worked real hard in trying to put together all the ingredients for getting the two sides together. And I just want to say I really appreciate the work that you do. Police officers take care of all our citizens in a great manner, and they've been true professionals all the time that I've been on the council. And this particular negotiations and the results of this is going to be greatly beneficial to the citizens of Corpus Christi. Thank you very much.
Honor.
Thank you, Mayor. Ditto, echo, ditto. Thank you, everyone. The only thing I'd like to add to it is Mr. President Leeton, next time could you speed it up a little bit? I'm just kidding. Thank you. Y'all did an excellent job, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, words can't express how much I think we as a group appreciate, and how much I appreciate the professionalism between the staff and obviously PD, the POA. You guys just did a wonderful job and really show that you're committed to this community. Thank you so much.
Melina?
Well, since we're all campaigning here, I too appreciate our police department. But all jokes aside, I know there was a lot of hard work that went into putting this thing together from both parties, and that's not lost on me. I appreciate everything that you guys have done, the professionalism, the ability to work together, and we're all going to move forward together. So thank you all.
Is there any public comment? Any public comment? Before we take the vote, Mr. Zanoni, would you introduce the folks on the city's side that did the negotiation and have them stand up?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. We'd be glad to do that. So our negotiating team included 5 representatives, 4 civilian employees, and 1 sworn officer. Let's start with him. So Assistant Chief Mark Gutierrez in the back. Assistant City Manager Steve Vieira. Assistant City Manager Keith Selman was on our team as well. Lilia Castro. And then Eddie Houlihan, our budget director. So this is our negotiating team. There were some alternates, but these are the primary folks that were at each of the negotiating session.
All right. Mr. Layton? Would you introduce the folks on your side of the negotiations? Come up here, sir. You can tell this is a big day. He cleaned up pretty well, didn't he?
I always dress up for you. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the mayor and the council and the city manager and the city negotiating team. I've got several people from our negotiating team. I have Eric Smith. I have Greg Shipley, Alicia Escobar, Kyle Simmons, Richard Olden, Israel Sosa, Manny Fonseca, and I have alternate Ernest Coronado and Ron Zerbies and Jack Gummalt as well. So thank you very much.
Well, we thank you, and so yeah, and I think, you know, on behalf of the council, you've heard it, but it's an expression that both sides negotiated in good faith and looked after what we've determined to be the best interest of the city for the next 4 years going forward, and we appreciate that. We've got a great city. I think we've got a great relationship with our public servants, both police and fire, so we're just very much appreciative of all you've done. And I'm sure for Mr. Zanoni, being the new city manager coming in the middle of negotiations, he is very pleased to walk into a situation where we've got a good relationship with our public servants, and so thank you very much. So there's a motion on the floor, and there's a second. Ms. Werther, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. For passage of motion 35, Mayor McComb.
Aye.
Council members Barrera.
Aye.
Garza.
Aye.
Guajardo.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
Hunter.
Aye.
Molina.
Aye.
Roy.
Aye.
And Smith.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Now we'd like to invite give me my list, tell me who we need to come down to sign this to make it official. All right. Stand up behind it here. We got to stand behind it.
Stand four here, and then there in the middle.
We're going. Let's go this way.
I'm dropping this off to Rebecca anyway, so I'm good.
Okay, well, to make this official, the mayor has to sign that we passed something before they can sign the contract. So I get the privilege of signing this and then letting the legal eagles make sure that all the right people sign in the right place, and we'll be up and running with a new contract. And again, thank all of you. Took a team, and we appreciate it. So this is a great day for Corpus Christi.
Why'd you sign where I signed?
Direct two's supposed to go where now? Get some extra respect.
Little do you know. I'll stall for a second,
Slow
okay?
it down. Speed limit's about 10 miles an hour here on signing. You sure you're not a doctor?
Well, I do write prescriptions. Today?
Is that everybody? Everybody sign supposed to. so efficient, I'd covered it up myself. Okay, we're down to item G, city manager's comments.
Okay. Mayor, members of the council, just a few things to cover this afternoon. I'm going to begin with Hillcrest, our Hillcrest neighborhood. Just to provide you an update there, a few weeks ago, city staff and I convened a meeting with the Port of Corpus Christi and TxDOT to identify issues in the Hillcrest area and to begin developing a strategy to provide critical city services to the residents that remain there. As we know, the Port of Corpus Christi has begun a voluntary, or has been implementing a voluntary relocation program for the residents at Hillcrest during the construction of the Harbor Bridge project. And the Port is continuing to process homeowners who have opted in to the relocation program. And while many have done so, about a third of the residents that live there will remain there. About a third are not opting to go into that relocation program. And so for the city, that means for the time being, we have to maintain a sense of neighborhood and continue to provide critical city services to those residents. Many of the residents have expressed concern to persons like Councilman Roy and myself, and I suppose several of the other council members, about the need for better city services in that neighborhood during the transition period. And so the staff meeting that we had with the Port and TxDOT was to get all three parties together to talk about how do we proceed forward in the Hillcrest neighborhood. It was a beneficial meeting. As an example, the police department patrols the area, and so does the Port. The Port has added additional security to their forces, but they don't have a combined schedule, and so simultaneously both officers could be riding down the street at the same time. And so both chiefs that were at the meeting talked about, we'll give you our schedule so we can ride the block, and then later on you can. That provides more coverage. Right, for the residents, so that was a good example of an improvement that we're making. We're also improving our code enforcement through the police department. We conducted a sweep through the entire neighborhood a couple of weeks ago and found over 100 violations that are being managed as, for the properties that are there. Traffic engineering has performed a lighting assessment. One of the complaints from the residents is that the lights, the street lights, are out in certain areas and not being replaced quick enough. And so we're working with AEP Texas to make sure the lights that are out are replaced to keep the area lit up at night. We'll continue to do assessments of the neighborhood and address those issues that we found. It is going to be a long-term project for the city. We do have to figure out what happens with that neighborhood as we move forward. You know, 1/3 of the property remains residential, but 2/3 is now in the hands of the Port. And so we'll work with them and TxDOT to see what do we do in that neighborhood. So it's something we have to be mindful of. We are going to meet quarterly. We agreed with the Port and TxDOT to make sure both entities, all three entities, are coordinated in our approach for that neighborhood. And then another update on a project we've been working on is that Developer Trust Fund program, project that we talked to about. Today I want to give you an update on our progress and tell you that we're going to need a little bit more time than those 75 days that we had talked about with the council. The project got off to a slow start. We wanted to get Al Raymond on board, our Development Services Director, before too much happened in the project. And with him here now, the project's in full swing. Just as a reminder, he didn't come on board until mid-September. And the council first talked about this in August, on August 13th. So we have been full steam ahead, though. There was an initial meeting with the developer stakeholders that we had here at City Hall. It was very well attended. That was on October 4. Additional stakeholder meetings have been scheduled now for the next 4 weeks in a row, each on a Friday, as the developers thought was conducive with their schedule. Some of the work that has been done so far to understand the situation and begin to vet potential options including staff meeting with the Planning Commission, Carl Krull. He was provided a lot of good information that first meeting. And also Larry Urban. I personally met with Larry Urban several weeks ago, and the Development Services team met with him as well. Both Mr. Cruel and Mr. Urban were the original architects of the trust fund policy that we have in place today. And so getting some of their background perspective has been helpful to move forward. Additionally, Development Services has reached out to Clancy Mullen. He's the principal of Duncan Associates, and their firm provided the city with a utility alternative financing study almost over 10 years ago in 2007. It was something that was conducted and paid for by the city, and it provided alternative options to a trust fund. And so we engaged him because he has all that data that he used in the original report, and he's going to update that for us in a new contract to provide us alternative options and pricing, and so that was a good find as well. We expect that with this additional work that we're doing, and I'll go over some of the next steps, we will be back at City Council before this date for an update, but we expect that the project will mostly be done by the second week in February. It's going to take us to about mid-February. Just to let you know some of the things we're working on in addition to those meetings and conversations I talked to you about. There's comparative analysis that's underway already, and so we're looking at what do other Texas cities and other cities that are comparable in the country, what do they do when it comes to utility infrastructure, how is it funded? That's currently underway. We're looking at national best practice models as we do that analysis. We're also conducting, as I mentioned, those public engagement stakeholder meetings. Those are very critical. That first meeting was well attended, as I mentioned, and there's been a lot of additional conversation by the developers outside of our meetings here. And we want to look at alternative ways the developers in the city can fund utility infrastructure. That's why going back to that initial report and having that consultant update that will be critical. And we will, though, be coming back to council soon in the next couple of weeks, because we know, and the developers know, and they expressed it in that meeting, there's deficiencies in the trust fund that exists today, but we don't want to go over the next several weeks or months with those in place. And so the developers in the city are in agreement that we should make these minor adjustments soon, so that over the next 2 or 3 months they'll be in place as we work to bring alternative recommendations to the city council. So all that is going to be laid out in a memo for you. We'll forward that to you later today. And I just wanted to provide that update in this format today. And then just a reminder, you may have seen some of the pink ribbons and pink dresses and bows and ribbons downtown, I noticed, but October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I thought it'd be important to make sure we're aware of that today. Breast cancer is most commonly diagnosed in women in America. According to the Center for Disease Control and Prevention in 2016, the rate of new breast cancer cases in the United States was 124 per 100,000 women. Similarly, in our county, Nueces County, we have 105 new breast cancer cases per 100,000 women each year, with over 211 cases reported every year. Last Wednesday, our health district and the Human Resources Department began an awareness campaign, the fact that this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, using social media platforms. The awareness campaign will remind women to schedule checkups and to include a mammogram if they're 40 years of age or older. Also, in support of breast cancer awareness, I want to encourage our community and folks here today to participate in the city's Making Strides of Corpus Christi walk that's scheduled for this Saturday. The event is sponsored by the Health District and the Human Resources Department, and the walk will begin at 9 a.m. at the Bayfront Park at 1513 North Shoreline Boulevard near the American Bank Center. City staff will be able to register for this walk anytime beginning on Thursday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. At our Wellness Center on the 6th floor. And by registering and participating in the walk, they'll receive a City Team pink t-shirt to wear during the event. So that should be a little bit of incentive to get them out there. Just shifting gears real quick, a couple of weekends ago, I had the opportunity to be with the police chief at a fundraiser, and it was for the Corpus Christi Police Athletic League. You may know them as PALS, the Corpus Christi Police Athletic League. That league was started in 2003. with the mission to utilize athletic, recreational, and education programs throughout the year to help at youth risk. Right, and so approximately 4,500 children every year benefit from the PALS program. It gives them alternative options to use their time that's safe for them and keeps them out of trouble. There's things such as basketball, volleyball, baseball, boxing, martial arts. Our police department provides a staff person that helps to coordinate a core of volunteers that actually do the sport activities with the children. So last Saturday, the police department had its ninth annual charity dove hunt and skeet shoot. It was hosted at the Lonesome Dove Ranch. The charity event was made possible by the extreme generosity of Valero, who is a major sponsor of the program year-round, but especially for that fundraiser, and Bay Limited. So Chief Markle was there in his not blue uniform, but he had his fatigues on, and he did a great job in rallying the community and raising $173,000 for this initiative. And that surpassed last year's funds raised by over $12,000. So they did a great job. Since its inception, the charity event has raised more than $1.2 million for that program. So it's a great program for our youth, and it's a great example of our police department's commitment to strong community engagement. And I know we just celebrated the contract, and that's great for our police and police department. But one thing I've noticed since I've been here is that our police department has great community relations, community engagement. And so this is a good example of that. And then finally, just one final note here. If we have those that enjoy basketball or hockey, both the Ice Rays and the Texas A&M Corpus Christi season is either underway or about to be underway. And so the junior ice hockey and the men's and women's Division I NCAA basketball teams will be playing at our American Bank Center, as they traditionally do. The Ice Rays season actually began in September, and they have 28 home games this season at the ABC Center. The Ice Rays' next game, in fact, is October 25th. So if you're not a hockey fan, you can also you could always check out the basketball that takes place there. Both A&M's men's and women's teams begin in November, and they have 17 home games for the men and 5 games for the women there at the ABC Center. We know the ABC Center is a jewel for the city. We have the arena and the exhibit hall and the convention center itself, and so we want to encourage our residents, our Corpus Christi residents, to check out these games. You can buy tickets per game or season passes. It's a great source of entertainment and supporting the Ice Rays, and certainly the A&M students and campus is something that we should try to do. So, Mayor, that concludes my comments from this morning.
All right. Well, thank you very much. We don't have any minutes from the last meeting. Is that correct, Ms. Worth?
Yes, sir.
No board and committee appointments?
No, sir.
All right, and item J, there, in that explanation there, that provides for a motion to reconsider at a meeting from last, if we wanted to reconsider something at the last meeting by someone on the prevailing side of an issue. At the last meeting, we had agenda item, what was it? Agenda item 19-1100. It was a zoning case out on Flower Bluff on Laguna Shores Road, and there was some discussion about the particular zoning as opposed to single-family residential to a couple others, and that was voted down by a majority vote, and it prevailed. But the city manager received a letter last week, I guess, maybe it's first part, what's today? I guess sometime last week after our meeting, that one of the opponents of the zoning case was the Flower Bluff Independent School District, and they wrote a letter to the city manager following that, explaining their position there, but they would consider another designation, And I think in fairness to the applicant as well as the school district, being on the prevailing side, I'd make a motion that we reconsider agenda item
20, yes.
19-1100 from October 1. And I think if we pass that motion to reconsider, then I would also make a motion that we schedule it for next council meeting to give both parties an opportunity. One, we're going to reconsider it, and two, an opportunity to come either say they both agree or they disagree, or we redo what we've just done.
I'll second
Second.
that, Mayor.
Third.
All right, there's a motion to reconsider, and Ms. Huerta, you say it's got to take at least a
6
six
votes.
to override.
It requires.
Confirm what we're doing.
Yes, sir. It requires 2/3 vote. So as the mayor stated, our council policies do allow for a motion to reconsider, and the motion must be made at the next regular council meeting. It requires 2/3 vote of the council, which is 6 votes, and the motion must be made by any council member who voted on the prevailing side. And as the mayor stated, he voted on the prevailing side of that issue.
All right, so we got a motion and a second to reconsider.
Correct.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that'd get you 2/3. Now then, I would make a motion that we reconsider this and advise both the applicant and, well, the public and the applicant for sure, that it'll be on, can we put it on next meeting's agenda? I don't know. We got a meeting next week, right? No?
No, not till
No
the
meeting next
29th.
week. I'm looking at the dates. It'd be the 29th of October.
Okay, the next
October
regularly
29th.
scheduled council meeting, I guess. That'd
Right,
be the
October
motion.
29.
Okay, so we would, it's case number 0719 BNA Terra Firma Development. That's what we're tabling till October the 29th. And this
Second.
will require just a majority vote to pass.
Okay, so there's a motion to put it on the next scheduled council meeting, October the
29th.
October 29.
October 29th.
Okay, so
And there's
It
a
was
motion and a
seconded by
second.
Mr.
Any
Molina.
discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. So we've rescheduled it for the
29th.
29th.
Yes, sir.
We don't have council next week?
No council next week. No, we rescheduled it when we did the TML rescheduling. We moved it to the 20.
Oh, the Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, well, good.
Yeah, but there is going to be a work session on Thursday.
Is it what?
We'll discuss it later this afternoon, but there's a work session next Thursday with the county commissioners court. So we don't have the whole week off, but we won't have Tuesday.
We'll talk. Okay. Okay, then we'll go to consent agenda items, and those are items 3 through 25, and the staff is withdrawing item number 9. So that number 9 is out, and I will be abstaining on number 17. So, Mr. Roy, you'll have to call for the board on that. So I'd pull those two from the agenda.
Okay, and then Mr. Smith will be abstaining on 12, and Mr. Molina will be abstaining on 15 and 18.
All right, 12 for Smith, 15 and 18 for who?
Molina.
15 and 18. And that will that'll get us through the 25.
And you're 17.
I think I've got 17 marked, didn't I?
Yes. That's
Yeah.
your abstention.
Yeah, okay. So, anybody have any questions on 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16, 18,
No, 18
20,
is an
21,
abstention.
22, 23,
We're pulling 18. yeah.
20, huh?
We're pulling 18. You read it, but we're pulling it.
I'm sorry. We're pulling 18?
Yes, it's an abstention.
Did I circle, I got 19. Are we leaving 19 or is 19?
We're leaving 19, but 18
Okay, I just
is
circled the
being
wrong
pulled.
one, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
All right, and 22, 23, 24, and 25. Anybody in the public want to make any comment or talk about any of those? Yes, sir. Come on down.
Mayor, I'd also like to pull 10, 11, 16, and I'd like to discuss 18 and 24 as well.
Hold on, go back over those again.
10, 11, 16, and then I'd like to discuss 18 and 24 as well.
18 and what?
24, which has already been pulled. I just want to confirm that I want to discuss it as well.
24 has been pulled, we just pulled it, okay. All right, so so the ones that we have not pulled, and we'll entertain, and I need somebody to make a motion on
Okay,
that.
move to approve 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
No, 10 was pulled.
Okay, 10's
10 and
off.
11 were
Okay.
pulled.
10, 11, okay. 13, 14, 15.
15 was pulled.
15's pulled.
15's pulled, geez, okay. 19,
Right, yeah, 19, 20, go ahead.
okay.
21, 22.
22,
20,
23,
21, 22,
23,
23,
and 25.
and 25.
Second.
Okay. That's my motion.
Would you repeat the no, never mind. All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, so the first one that we want to talk about then that wasn't pulled is item 10. And who wanted to pull that one?
That was me, Mayor.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry, sir.
That's all right. Go ahead. I'll be happy to.
Yeah, do it in order.
All right. I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, item 10. Who's doing this one?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. Standing by for questions.
Okay, in reading this and wanting to put this in preventive maintenance, and this is something near and dear to my heart. So I was all about preventive maintenance. But I'm wondering, there was no mention of Maximo in the agreement as to where this would be. They would provide us the information on what they'd done to be entered into Maximo for the life cycle management. So so to my question, are these diesel generators and all their components in Maximo under the life cycle management area, and are we going to get that information from this contractor in order to maintain this equipment? Because we may not have this contractor going forward.
Right. Well, so this specific one, the Cummins diesel generators, they are very, very specific, and you got to have the specific qualifications to be working on them. So routine maintenance can be done, but as of right now, the staff does not do that. They're not qualified to work on it. So we do have. That's why we're getting the contractor out here to.
So
do
we
it.
haven't been doing this beforehand?
There had been Cummins diesel had been, or it's the name of the company here. Cummins Southern Plains. They
Okay.
were the ones, the authorized dealers and the ones to work on it. There have been some minor things we work with them, but yeah, they have the lead on it, sir.
Well, looking at the agreement, it has monthly, it has quarterly, and it has annual, right?
Yes, sir.
It's perfectly laid out. Do we have corresponding documentation where we can keep documentation in the life cycle management in Maximo in order to document this?
Yeah,
We
yes,
have
we're gonna
documentation.
document this in Maximo, and we have been doing some of the maintenance on it. This comes from me, if you want to know the truth. I was a diesel operator on a submarine for multiple years, and you really need someone in these size. These are 2 megawatt generators.
Oh, I'm very familiar. I was an A-gang officer on the ship.
It's not a backyard generator, and although our guys are qualified to do a certain amount of, you really need somebody who can come out and look at these generators and make sure that they're absolutely running correctly. These are powering our water treatment plant, which is going to provide water to the entire city during any kind of emergency. So the idea of having very specific and qualified people who know the diesel engine looking at them is what we want.
No, I get that. I
So
just
in the
want
past,
the
we were
documentation.
Right, and in the past, we were doing some, but to me, the standard that we needed to be a higher standard to ensure that the diesel generators were going to run. We're going to continue to put that in.
Yeah, and let me have, Peter Collins is going to talk a little bit about the Maximo system. I'll let Peter explain real quick, because the question really is, do we have this in Maximo, and are we going to do, Peter's going to answer it, Dan.
I think, Council Member, what you're asking about is actually asset life cycle management in Maximo.
Right. That's exactly what
Whether
I'm
or
asking.
not these generators are in Maximo and whether or not we'll be utilizing asset life cycle management through the capabilities of Maximo. The answer is yes. The generators are in Maximo. The preventive maintenance schedules are being placed in, and they'll be managed accordingly as far as asset management through Maximo. So yes, these are in Maximo today.
Awesome. And like I said, what I'm looking for here is that we may not have a contract with this company, in the next go round. We need to have a historical record of that within our system that can be pulled up instantly and be able to say where we are and where we need to be. I just want to make sure we are taking care of our equipment, and this is the means to do it in. So I've been preaching this since I got here in January. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I'll make a motion to approve item number 10.
There's Ms. Warlow, do you want to speak to that, or do you have something? Okay. All right, item number 10, there's a motion and a second. Anybody in the audience have anything to comment on item 10? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the next one is item 11. Who's that one?
Okay, that was me as well. Okay, so this is very similar in nature, but this one doesn't talk about preventive maintenance. This one is just strictly reactive maintenance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so that being said, are we doing preventive maintenance so we can avoid a lot of the reactive maintenance calls? And are these pumps, all our pumps, in Maximo under the life cycle management or asset management?
Yes, sir, they are. We do the wastewater staff, they do the routine maintenance on it, and all these pumps are listed in Maximo, but I won't guarantee that all the information is correct because, like you might be missing serial numbers. So you might have placeholders in there that says there's a pump in these lift, or 2 pumps in this lift station, but until we pull them out to look at the serial numbers, that information might not be there.
Okay, so, I mean...
And we inspect all the lift stations annually. And so that's what we've started as part of our routine maintenance.
Okay, so this is what, kind of what I want to get to in the aspect for, sometimes you get these pumps, you should have an OEM recommendation for preventive maintenance. Are we following that through Maximo?
And we are. Again, this contract is, some of these pumps are the size of a small truck. And if you're going to replace the impeller and stuff, you have to have the expertise. So this company can get this 5,000-pound pump out, take it to the shop, replace the impeller or the shaft, straighten it out, and ensure that the vibrations in it are correct, and put it back in place. Our staff doesn't have the technology to work on pumps that are, million-gallon per day size pumps. Like I said, these are as big as a small truck. And so this contract, what it is ensure that these larger pumps, and many of them are in their large lift stations like Williams and others that move 1 million gallons a day, every day, that they're going to be fixed. So if there's something major wrong with the pump, such as the motor needs to be rewound or the impeller needs to be replaced because it's wearing out, that's what this company is going to do.
Okay.
And then we'll put it in, we'll document it accordingly.
Okay, so I just want to make clarification. I understand that this is not for preventiveness. This is for reactive maintenance when something goes down, and that's for that. So my question here, I guess you'll have to answer this, Peter. For the life cycle management or asset management for these pumps, are they all in that program?
Well,
They're all entered.
I've been working with Kevin on this. They're all in Maximo. And Kevin already stated that part is fully implemented, part isn't. It's actually being assessed as we speak.
And where are we with that, roughly?
Well, it's hard to determine that. It's work in progress at this moment. But the pumps, the physical pumps are in the system. So they're reviewing, and Kevin, we're reviewing all of them like you were saying. So they're all being reviewed, and to ensure that you take full advantage of asset life cycle management in Maximo. So the awareness is there, and the work's being done.
If you can, please give us a report or a memo saying when all those are complete, and when you have all the serial numbers and all the OEM recommendations for those pumps. Like I said, these things are, to your point, these are huge, big capital investments. I want to make sure we're taking care of them in the proper way. Thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve number 11.
Second. All in favor? Anybody, any other comment? All in favor of item 11, say aye. Aye. Number 12, and this is the one
Mr. Smith is
Ms.
abstaining.
Smith is recusing himself from, all right?
Right.
Make a motion to.
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item 12. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, we done 13 and 14, right?
Yes, next is 15.
15, this is,
That's an abstention also.
all right, Mr. Molina's leaving on this one.
Make a motion to approve number 15.
Second.
Any comments on item 15? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Item
16.
16.
Okay, thank you. This one is a little bit interesting. Is this a covering funding levels, or with any projects over 50,000 have to come back to council for approval?
Okay, this contract, Jim Davis, Director of Asset Management. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to see you. This is all about preventive maintenance, this contract. Absolutely. It gives us the opportunity to cover buildings. And I've written a statement that covers these three contracts that we're addressing today, and I want to read it. It'll just take a minute. The city manager has directed that all city buildings and facilities be improved both in their material condition and their appearance. Toward that end, we have commenced a comprehensive building enhancement program that will address both improvements, appearances, and preventive maintenance. Furthermore, we're in the process of commencing a general survey of all city buildings with a view toward significant improvements. So there's a major effort going on in that area for the first time in my memory anyway. These three contracts that are before you today are a significant step toward accomplishing these goals, and in my experience, we have not previously brought similar contracts such as these to you ever. So these are pioneering contracts here. These contracts are a roofing repair contract, a door repair contract, and a building maintenance and repair contract. These contracts will enable us to commence carrying out city manager guidance and reverse a trend that has been to long neglect to city facilities and buildings. And they will allow us, the passage of these contracts will allow us to enhance this program. And there have been some excellent examples in the city of the goals that we need to strive for that have been pointed out to us. One is the campus at Texas A&M University. It's a beautiful campus. We want to use that as a template to try to get better. The other is the building across the street, the RTA building. And projects are underway, such as the Uptown Beautification Project, to make this city more beautiful. And we want to be along with that. That's our goal. That's important. And not the least of the things that are really important is this City Hall Improvement Program. And again, the city manager initiative, we're looking at a comprehensive upgrade of this building and the campus. So that's where we are with this. I think that explains our whole effort, on these contracts here.
Jim, thank you. Back to my question. Is this something that is kind of a blanketed to where anything above 50,000 is automatically approved with this contract, or do you come back with projects over $50,000 to council?
Councilman, it's a job order contract, so the staff would be able to utilize the contract by issuing job orders based on the rates that we got in the contract. So there's an hourly rate, there's actual costs, and so they would issue a job order for that work, and it wouldn't matter the value as long as they're within their total that they're asking for approval
the total amount. So
yeah, not to exceed.
Right.
So we're looking at a project, that it's a huge project. That
yes, it is.
Okay.
But most of these are not going to be huge projects.
I get it. I know what it's for.
No, they're more
I kind of get that.
related.
I want to make sure that we said that specifically because we had projects like this before, other agreements like this where they would come out and say, and in lieu of having it come to council for projects over 50,000, we're supposed to get a quarterly report or semi-annual report, and I have not seen any reports on any of that. Not a memo, not anything. So the thing about it is, with the city council, we have to understand what's happening within the city so we can explain to our constituents. And if we don't know that it's happening, if it doesn't come to here for large projects for $50,000, we don't know about them. So it would be nice to have some reports as to what is being fixed or what's being done. And it could be done in a memo. We had said we wanted some reports for some of the construction through engineering projects that we did this with, but we haven't gotten that. So, City Manager, if we can go back to some of these things that we requested that have these blanket approvals for large amounts of money, if we can get some reports on what is being done within the city. And I just bring this up on this particular one because I already knew what you were going to say, but it was one of those things where we'd like to have visibility to what's happening, and that goes to that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we can do that.
Right, and I believe we had one for engineering where we had this as well.
All right, is there a motion on item 16?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, 17, I'm abstaining on that.
On number 17,
Yes, sir.
is there a motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Okay, item 18, motion on that one.
That's an
wanted
abstention
that
also. Mr. Molina's abstain.
Any discussion? And Mr. Molina abstains on this one?
Yes, sir,
For the
he
record.
does.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We done 19?
Yes, so the next item is 24, which was pulled by a citizen.
All right, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 have been done.
Yes, sir.
24, there he is.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. I'm Jim Hooper, 4810 Kerrville Drive, Corpus Christi. I'd first of all like to say thanks because there are several members of the city staff that were very helpful in getting through this, doing it quickly in response to the direction from council. And I'd like to recognize two of them, Alyssa and, go ahead, you can stand up too. Arlene, both worked their way through the document and worked closely to implement a number of items that were discussed. This modified agreement offers the opportunity to improve city oversight and transparency, especially with the addition of those reporting requirements that one of our members of council brought up. Thank you. Those are right on target. I'm still of a mind to recommend that the council consider for service agreements a shorter term for these kinds of things. And I note today that of the 10 service agreement items that are on the agenda, 8 of those 10 were 2 or 3 year as opposed to a 5-year, which this agreement particularly is. So with that, I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to be considered in these comments, and I would strongly recommend that the council approve this agreement. Thank you.
All right, any other comment? Appreciate it, and we appreciate you making the suggestions. Thank you so much.
Move to approve.
We're still.
I'm on.
I'm on there too as well.
Mr. Hernandez?
It's one of the ones that I asked to speak on it. Okay, you go first. Ladies first.
I mean, you got to be pretty fast to get ahead of Mr.
Right.
Hernandez.
Some questions on this is that I know we've been working on this agreement, but would this be better for us to wait for the hiring of a new CEO? I understand you're temporary there, but to kind of go through this to make sure that they're on board with it, or do we just, or what's the thought there? What's the thought process there?
No, sir. We recommend passage of the contract as soon as possible. They have been on a month-to-month now for going on 13 months. And
Okay.
so the delay on that was...
If I can add, the councilman, that having a contract in place will give us a better candidate pool.
I
It's going
see.
to be tough to recruit somebody when our contract's in limbo. So and speaking to the gentleman's comment, the 5-year term was by design. So it shows the potential CVB director candidate that we have a good contract with the city and the CVB for a good amount of time. So a serious candidate is not going to come here if the contract's on a month-to-month. They could be out of a job tomorrow or even in 2 years. You know, if you're relocating across the country, you want some certainty. And so that's hence why we have a 5-year contract. And that's why we want it in place before we get a permanent CVB director.
Okay. The second question I have here is, you know, I know we had talked about having the council member being a voting member on the on the board, you know, if he's going to have to recuse himself from voting on CVB, I don't think he should be a voting member. Have we discussed that even further?
Yeah, we actually are looking into that. There may be some issues that should be recommended. And this is it doesn't. It's not in keeping with the intent of the ethics code to try to disqualify persons merely because they happen to serve on a board at the city's behest, because they're there to represent the city's interests. That's not the type of conflict that would be condemned within the ethics code.
Okay,
It's
so
not
it
the
is
intent.
your determination that if Councilmember Hunter is on the board and is a voting member of the board, that he can also vote at City Council for things happening on or things that affect the CVB.
If he's on the board, can he also vote? We'll look into that issue, and we'll get a written response to the council on that.
Okay. And lastly, I know we had this conversation this morning about making sure that we have good financial review of any projects coming up, and you should have a director of finance within the CVB to do those financial analysis. If you listen to me here on the dais here talking with the city.
I think we're overstepping our bounds. We're not to be telling them how to run their business. This is operating on a contract.
Mayor, this is a recommendation. It is not me telling them what to do. It is what I'm seeing not only there, and also through the audit, was very much talking about their financial, keeping track of their financial aspect. So it is very pertinent, and I think it's important that it is discussed, because it's something I ask here at City Council and require for our when anybody comes to presentation for City Council agenda items, I'll ask those same questions. So it is important that we know where everything's at financially, both on the front side and the back side. So you know you have a return on investment on anything that you do, and that and you have that. It makes decisions a lot easier. If you have unknowns financially, it makes it very difficult. And you should do it on the front end prior to doing it prior to going into negotiations. So that's what my recommendation is there with that. Thank you.
Ms. Barlow.
So, Mr. Zanoni, your thoughts on the 5-year? I too, and I thank Mr. Hooper for your comments and suggestions that you've given us, but I did have some same thoughts in terms of not a 1 year, but maybe a 3-year with 2 1-year renewable terms. But do you feel that at least a 3-year with a 2 renewable term would be a detriment to finding a good candidate opposed to a full 5?
Well,
I know that 1 year would.
It may not be a detriment, but I think it provides less certainty for the potential candidate that could be relocating from outside of the state of Texas.
Are these typically 5, or what are these type contracts?
They are typically longer term, 3 to
Yeah.
5, sometimes even longer, yes.
Yeah, I think the 5 years recommended. Our recruiter, who's not here today, right? We could get. We have to vote today, but we could have. Did we ask them at all?
They, excuse me, Elizabeth Adamason, interim CEO of the Convention and Visitors Bureau. They did indicate that they have mentioned that verbally to candidates they have spoken with. It wasn't listed in the posting, but it has been discussed. I understand. At this
The
point.
5 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
It's pending.
That it would be a 5 year.
Yes.
And Councilwoman, there is termination language in the contract for cause, I suspect, and others. So if we feel along this 5-year continuum that it's the CBB relationship in the contractual form is not what we want it to be, we can ask for cures in their service, or even terminate the contract. Miles is looking it up now, but so it's not that we're locked in necessarily. There are options for the city to reevaluate the contract along the 5-year continuum.
We did add a suspension and termination clause to the contract where there was not one before, so so we have a graduated scale now on how to address any deficiencies in performance and things like that. And so it's not all or nothing. We do have a process in place now for suspension and termination that requires a formal cure letter, and then the organization is put under suspension, and they are allowed to cure within 60 or 90 days, and then we proceed in that fashion. So it's, we do have safeguards in the contract to address.
Okay, all righty, thank you.
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of item.
No, sir, there isn't a motion and a second. Thank you. Okay, who seconded? Mr. Smith?
That was on item number 24.
24. Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion, any public comment? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 25,
25 we voted on already, Mayor.
we're inviting them, okay. Well, that gets us to L, lunch at 1:30, it's 1:45, we're close. Not bad for government work. So, we'll take it.
Oh, Mayor, you need to.
Oh, my.
Read the language, please.
Huh?
Can you read the language, please, for number?
Read the, oh, yeah, it's a
Because we're
legal,
gonna
this
go
is a
on-
legal lunch, huh?
It's a legal lunch, and also for the record, Mr.
Okay, for the record,
No.
and to keep, in keeping with my instructions from the city secretary, the council will go into executive session on item 34, Beeville Water Supply District Appeal per Texas Government Code Section 551.071. We
Yes,
shall.
and Mr. Barretta is abstaining and recusing himself from this item also.
You're not eating lunch?
No, he's going to eat lunch.
Oh, okay.
He's-
We
the
shall
Beeville
return.
item. Yes, number 34.
Call the meeting back to order, and we're down to item 26, public hearings. Is that correct? Public hearing?
Yes, Mayor, that's right.
Excuse me?
Yes, that's right.
On the rezoning property at or near 6805 Sandra Lane from an RS6 single family 6 district to a RM1 multifamily 1 district. And if anybody understands that, please explain it.
I'm waiting on the presentation. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The request before you is to rezone a property at 6805 Sandra Lane. The rezoning property at Sandra Lane from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RM1 Multifamily 1 District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of 2 4-unit buildings. The applicant is Marbell Development Group, LC, represented by James Marbell. The property is located along south side of Sandra Lane, east of Airport Road, north of Saratoga Boulevard. The property fronts Sandra Lane, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north are vacant properties and a large residential single-family tract zoned RM multifamily district. To the south is a commercial business zone, CG2, General Commercial District, and CN1, Neighborhood Commercial District. The property to the south consists of an office building and a retail store. To the east are commercial property zone CG2 General Commercial District and RM3 Multifamily District, and the properties consist of a teachers credit union and 2 townhome developments, including 1 PUD, 1 PUD. To the west are 2 single-family residence zone RS6 single-family 6 District and Gill's Nursery, zone CG2 General Commercial District. The intended use is to allow for the construction of 2 4-unit buildings, essentially apartments. The subject property is half acre in size and it is unplatted. Additionally, the subject property currently sits as vacant land and has remained undeveloped since 1962. The proposed rezoning to RM1 multifamily district is generally consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjacent residential properties, and it does not negatively impact upon any adjacent commercial properties. The maximum potential build-out of the subject site would be 11 dwelling units. The proposed multifamily development is consistent with the existing townhome and planned unit developments along Sandra Lane to the east and multifamily zoning along Sandra Lane to the north. The multifamily development also serves as a buffer between the two remaining existing single-family residences to the west and also to the CG zoning to the east and south along Saratoga Boulevard. The Planning Commission and city staff recommends approval, and we stand by for questions.
All right. We'll open the public. Is it a public hearing?
Yes, it is.
All right, we'll open the public hearing. Any questions by the council on this? Is the applicant here?
I don't think so.
Applicant's not here?
Was earlier, Mayor, but he left for lunch, I guess.
All right, and the Planning Commission and the staff both recommend approval?
Mayor, where are the opposition notices? Typically y'all have them in here, or are they? Did I miss them? There are only two, I believe. Pardon? Is it? Under which one?
Okay, does anybody on the council have any questions?
I mean, they may not be in.
Correct. We did not have a physical copy of them at the time we received them. They were not scanned into our system, but we did have a note, and I did reach out to the actual person who authored them. Their concerns were about density, traffic, and they wish to see the property remain single family.
Okay, and that's what I was wondering what the comments were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Roy?
I want to ask a question because I think this is just more for my information. When you zone an area that is zoned as RM1, it doesn't force them to build or develop multifamily units on there. They can actually still do single-family homes, right? And they can do duplexes. It says it right here, apartments and possibly a daycare.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, because I had somebody call me the other day, and I said, no, you don't have to. It's just, that's what the zoning allows you to.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Staff and Planning Commission request approval. All right.
And is there there was no public comment, right? So.
No more public comment? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion for approval.
So move.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and second on item 26, Maribel Development, Development Group LC. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, 27, that's on the TERS. We'll go to 28. Ordinance accepting the grant. First reading on, these are first reading. Anybody have any? These are 28 through 31. First reading, grant, accepting a grant for violence against women. 29 is accepting grant $40,000, Governor's Homeland Security grant. Item 30 is approving a purchase of 10 replacement trailers not to exceed $153,000, and 31 is an ordinance approving purchase of several four Ford trucks. Anybody from the public have any questions or want any in-depth discussion on items 28 through 31 on the first reading? All right, seeing no public comment, any council members have anything on 28, 29, 30, or 31? Mr. Hernandez?
Mayor, just a general comment on grants. I know we have a budget on what we're spending, but I don't have any visibility to how much grants we have for each of the departments, and if we can have visibility as to what that is in terms of how much is there, what's being spent, that kind of stuff. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move to approve items 28 through 31.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, item 32, are we prepared for that one at this point?
Yeah, we can do that utility bills update.
All right, item 32.
This is an informational briefing for the council to help us understand the water billing situation that's been going on for the past 4 months, so.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin Norton, Director of Water Utilities. This is an overview of the water usage audits in the summer of 2019 in our automatic meter reading system. Wesley Nebgen and I will give the brief. Wes is our Assistant Director who leads a large 200-strong team responsible for the water meter assemblies and for the maintenance, repair, and construction of approximately 4,000 miles of underground pipe infrastructure throughout the city. Wes has in front of him a model of the water meter assembly. You can see the transmitter, the meter transmitter is the gray box. Got the register on top that has the odometer reading and the meter itself. All right, the issue was that citizens inquired about high water bills. We conduct water usage audits to investigate high bill inquiries. Water usage audits, they verify the meter assembly components are correct, and that the meter reads, and that the billing address is correct. In this brief, we will summarize the results of water usage audits from July to September this year, review the water portion of the city's utility services bill, and Wes will provide an overview of our meters and the city's automated meter reading system, abbreviated as AMR. And then we'll wrap up with a short educational video on how your water meter works. Okay, we've said many times there are approximately 100,000 water meters throughout the city. The actual number is 97,310. From July to September, 3 months, there were approximately 292,000 utility service bills issued. Out of 292,000 bills over these 3 months, 103 citizens became concerned and inquired directly to the mayor, council members, or the city manager. From July to September, we at Water Utilities Department received 943 requests for water usage audits, which includes the 103 that went directly to the mayor and council members. 194 of the 493 audit requests received in September are still pending. We completed all of the July and August audits and have not yet been able to get to the remaining 194 due to the much larger than normal volume of requests received in both August and September. 749 requests from July to September have been resolved. The utilities business office resolved 81 over the phone by reviewing the customer's data with them. 668 of the 749 were resolved with site visits to the customer. Of the 668, there were 2 issues on the city side that were due to human error. Not the meter. The meters worked. It was due to human error. One was programming that exchanged the addresses of 2 homes in District 5, so 1 home was overbilled and 1 home was underbilled. This was immediately corrected and the overbilled resident received a credit. The second human error issue was in District 3 and was installing the wrong size register onto the meter. This was for a rental trailer that had 3 different tenants in a short period of time, and actions have been taken to remedy the situation and adjustments are pending. The remaining 666 audits identified issues on the customer side or had 0 issues. There were 481 audits that helped customers identify issues on their side, which is like 72% of all that were done during this period, and 185 with no issues, 28%. Everything worked as it should. So of the 668 resolved with site visits, 2 were human error issues and have been resolved, and 99.7% identified either no issue or issues on the customer's side. For awareness, the 943 requests for water usage audits over a 3-month period is a super high figure. We typically receive 30 to 60 requests per month, so this volume is like 5 to 10 times higher than normal. We received 60 requests in July, which is typical. Then we received 390 in August and 493 in September. 599 of the 943 requests came in during the period when the $60 fee was waived by the city manager. So about 2/3 came in when the fee was waived and it was free. As previously mentioned, 103 high bill inquiries went directly to the mayor, council members, of the city manager. Based on customer feedback and observation, the majority in District 5 were really fueled by social media, specifically the Nextdoor app. There were at least 3 threads going about high water bills in the south side that said at some point to contact the mayor, council, or city manager and provided their email address and phone information here at the city. This heat map shows where the 943 water usage audit requests from July to September were concentrated. Water audits were conducted in all 5 districts, and you can see the color scale in the lower left corner that goes from green to red, representing smaller numbers to higher numbers. Again, there were 2 issues on the city side due to human error, and the remaining 99.7% were either issues on the customer side or had no issues. All right, utility service bill. So the city's business model is to break even, meaning the cost for city services listed on the bill are the actual cost of service. Services include water, gas, wastewater, street fees, and solid waste. We'll focus on the water portion of the city services bill. This is my bill that I received last month for the service period August 7th to September 9th. It was a hot, dry summer. My family and I, we normally use 5,000 to 6,000 gallons, but we use 7,000 gallons this time frame because of more yard watering. You can see the water portion in the upper block, the box there. It's for 2 line items, water usage and raw water, and you can see that the water portion of the bill is really about 1/3 of the total bill. This is page 2 of my last 2 bills, focusing on just the water portion of the bill. The water portion has a W as an identifier. Gas consumption is also on page 2 and has a G as the identifier, and of course not shown here because we're talking about water. This covers the period of July 8 to October 8, and we'll start at the upper left. You can see the service period, meter readings, and consumption headings. The first service period is circled at the top left from 7/8/19 to 8/7/19. Following the arrow down, you can see the next service period begins on 8/7/19. You can also see that the current read of 198 for this period on August 7th becomes the previous read on the next bill, which begins on August 7th. The consumption, or the water usage, is determined by subtracting the reading at the beginning of the period, in this case July 8th, from the reading at the end of the service period on August 7th. The numbers are in thousands of gallons, so the billed amount is 198 minus 192 equals 6,000 gallons. The bar graph on the right gives an idea how you're tracking, so this shows my family generally uses 5,000 to 6,000 gallons per month. The next service period towards the bottom is August 7th to September 9th, and that's the bill that I showed on the previous slide. The current read on September 9th is 205, and you can see that we use 7,000 gallons during that period. The photo in the lower right corner is my water meter, and that was taken on October 8th. The 6-digit number shows that 210,610 gallons have passed through the meter since it was installed about 4 years ago. But again, the billing is just in thousands of gallons. So for me, only the white digits, the 210, will be used to calculate my next bill, which is 210 minus 205 equals 5,000 gallons to be charged for that period. So I'll hand off now to Wes Nebgen for an overview of the city's AMR system.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Wesley Nebgen, Assistant Director, Maintenance of Lines. Today, I want to demonstrate how the city leverages the AMR infrastructure to provide better customer service and help customers understand their water usage patterns. I will begin with this simple slide that many of you have seen in past presentations that demonstrates how the AMR system actually works. In short, the AMR system transmits a meter reading to a database that is then used in the billing process. So, why do we use AMR? Especially when you're talking about over the traditional manual reading process that other cities use. The 2 biggest reasons is to limit the potential for human error and to save money. There are over 160,000 water and gas meters in the city of Corpus Christi. If staff were to manually read all the meters, it would total more than 1.9 million readings per year. Factor in that most meter readings have approximately 6 digits, and that is over 11 million opportunities for a mistake. The AMR framework helps limit the potential for human error by automating the reading process. There are also other benefits the AMR infrastructure provides, such as reductions in safety concerns, worker compensation claims, and labor costs associated with the manual reading process. So Kevin alluded to the water usage audit a little earlier. Our water usage audit procedure is if a customer has a concern about their water use, they can request a water audit. A water audit verifies that all information related to the customer's meter, their meter reads, and billing information is correct. A utility staff member will attempt to contact the customer, review their usage over the phone, and schedule an on-site visit. Once on site, the technician will compare the physical read on the meter to the database, verify programming, review findings with the customer, and replace any non-functioning components. So to ensure, because of the critical nature of the system, we do have quality control procedures. And this is to make sure that the accuracy and integrity of the billing data are always held to. First of all, the meters installed by the city have undergone accuracy testing and are certified to meet all American Water Works Association standards. The top of the picture to the right shows the accuracy certification for this particular meter at high, intermediate, and low flows. Second, all technicians undergo both new employee training, mentorship, and yearly review of proper installation procedures. Last, our supervisors randomly check 5% of new transmitter installations and field test approximately 500 water meters per year for accuracy. This slide was included to address several misconceptions we often hear in the field. One of the first ones is water meters are not indestructible, but they are designed to fail in the customer's favor if they are damaged. In short, if a register or other meter component breaks, it will register less or no water, not more. Water meters only record usage if water physically passes through the meter. Just like the wheels on your car have to spin to turn the odometer, water must turn the measuring element to turn the register and to measure the consumption. Last, the transmitter or the MTU has no impact on the meter or how much water it registers. If a transmitter fails, the meter and the register will continue to operate normally. So now I'd like to discuss how the staff leverages AMR data to improve customer engagement and help resolve concerns about water use. So essentially, taking all of this data that we gather, how do we use it to help customers understand how they use the water and where it's going. I mentioned earlier that during a water audit, a customer inquiry about their bill, we will use the AMR data to analyze their usage pattern and try to pinpoint the cause of their concern. This example on the screen right now is of Mr. Norton's usage. As seen in the graph, there was no water use on the 28th and 29th of October. In speaking with him, we know he was out of town these 2 days, which correlates with the data that we're seeing before us. Additionally, on the left, we can see his individual meter reads and the date and the time that they were made. This is an example of what you see on a chart with an automatic sprinkler system. When looking at this example, the first thing we notice is the high level of consumption and repetitive nature of the use. You may also notice this consumption is split between 2 different days. The next slide will explain why.
Mayor, Dan Grimswell, Executive Director. I just want to know that this is mine. I'm using water, by the way.
So we're able to actually drill down from that daily consumption graph that I showed a moment ago and actually see an hourly graph of the consumption. That's what this graph is showing. What you can see in this graph is that watering started at around 10 p.m. and it ended at around 2 a.m. So as indicated on the earlier slide, the water consumption was split between 2 different days because the sprinkler system started before midnight and ended after midnight on the next day. This is another example that occurred to Mr. Peter Collins, our interim CIO, back in August. He had found a toilet running in his house, and as you can see, it ran for 4 days before he noticed it. You may also notice that of his 12,000 gallons of total use, approximately 11,000 gallons was used during the 4 days his toilet was running. This example shows AMR systems how AMR systems register what we consider constant consumption. When looking at the example, this, you can notice how the water usage on 2 separate occasions never returns to zero for extended periods of time. While we cannot determine where the water is going, we do know that the water was running for 10 hours in the first instance and 27 hours in the second. And we also know how much water went through the meter. Using this data, we then take this and work with the customer to try and help them determine what they might have been doing during that time frame that could have used this amount of water. This last example is of an actual visit that occurred with a customer many of you on council will know. This consumption occurred at one of Mr. Chris Hamilton's commercial properties. Mr. Hamilton began receiving water bills for water use in excess of 1,000 gallons, which beginning in April you can actually see how it jumped up. 100,000 gallons. Looking at his daily consumption, you can see that there was consistent use around 5,000 gallons of water per day for a building that had 3 bathrooms and a break room. All this information was provided to him over the phone as well. Once again, we drill down and we're able to see the hourly reads of his building, and we can see that the consumption never returns to zero, meaning either the building is using water 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, or there is an unknown source using water. Mr. Hamilton did hire a plumber, but was unable to identify any problems, and later he called the city and asked us to assist and determine the nature of the problem. First step we had was to identify whether the meter was indicating active flow by looking at the leak detector on the meter and verifying that AMR was in fact correct in what it was showing. Once this was, and it was, we actually saw that. Once this was complete, an inspection of the possible sources identified a toilet in one of his bathrooms as the issue. Water was continuously running through the overflow tube. So once the flow was stopped, his consumption went from over 5,000 gallons a day to 100 gallons every 2 to 3 days, which is what you would expect to see in a building like this. This example just further illustrates how valuable a tool the AMR system is in determining these usage patterns and using it to attempt to resolve customer issues. Now there will be the short video on the water meters, and then we'll be standing by for questions.
The Corpus Christi Water Utilities Department strives to improve efficiency and productivity to support customer satisfaction, to ensure residents are charged accurately for water use. The city uses an automated meter reading system. This is how the water meter functions. At your house, there's a meter, and then on top of it is actually a register, which does something similar to the odometer in your car. And instead of counting miles, it counts the number of gallons that you use. Water enters the Neptune T10 water meter through the bottom of the chamber. Water flows through the chamber and exits out the top. Simultaneously, it is moving a disc inside the chamber. The movement of the disc is translated to the small spinner at the top of the chamber that is connected to a magnet which connects to the register on the meter. That disc movement creates a magnetic pulse which moves the sweep hand on the exterior of the meter, which in turn causes the numbers to advance. The water billing information is then transferred from the reader to a computer server which bills residents for every 1,000 gallons of water.
Mayor and Council, we hope this information is useful. Our automated meter reading system is robust and it's proven. Only a few cities in Texas use AMR, and more cities are trying to implement it. We here at the city use data to resolve issues, and we have a lot of data through our AMR system that is super helpful to customers in understanding their water usage patterns. In case you haven't heard, the Utilities Business Office is now officially part of the Water Utilities Department effective yesterday. The UBO staff know that educating the public about our business is a key component of customer service, and they're excited to do more of this. We plan to post this video and other information on the city website in the future to help educate the public. Thank you, and standing by for questions.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, quick question on the wastewater portion of the bill, because you didn't touch on it here. And I know that the winter averaging was specifically based on an individual customer and their usage during December, January, and February.
Yes, sir.
Correct, right? So, and I can look at it from what was the difference on my bill. I went from like $62 a month on the wastewater, on the winter averaging, to $161.80 on during the summer months. But that's me. That's a $100 increase in wastewater bill. Is that what you're seeing on average? Is $100 added to each bill during the summer months when they maxed out their wastewater?
Dan Grimm's the executive director. We would have to get back to give you a general number such as that.
Okay, because
some people are not seeing. Again, at the lower end, they pretty much use the same amount of water, whether it's in winter quarter average or now. So a large portion of people won't see any change in this.
Right
in that
now,
sense.
I represent District 5, which is the south side where a lot of these complaints came from. And when my constituents would send me their bill, an actual PDF copy of their bill, first thing I'd look at was a wastewater bill, and they're always maxed out. So it might be a reflection of people on the south side watering their lawns, maybe having swimming pools with automatic refill aspect to them, whatever that may be. That I'm looking for in terms of what is that average. I mean, what is the average difference between?
Again, we'd have to get. We'll get back with you on that information.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have any questions on the utility billing? So we think we're up to date, jam up and jelly tight?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I know Kevin went through his presentation pretty quickly, but what you can see is that the audits that were done over the past 4 months, 99.75, or the majority were explainable to the customer, and once we sat down with them on an individual basis, they were in agreement. A good example is the email that you all received from Mrs. Fowler, and we thank her for sending that to you.
Right.
There were 2 cases out of all those where there was an error by the city staff, and those were corrected. One was the meter reader, the electronic component, the wires were crossed. There was one where there was 2 homes on the same location, and the other one was the wrong size meter device put on the pipes. And that can happen. These guys have a pretty strict protocol to make sure it doesn't happen, but it did in this one case. All the rest that we've seen a lot of emails from and social media conversations on have been explained to the customer. And so we're pretty confident in the system. We think now with the summer months behind us, people's water bills will lower, as they're using less water. So we're not done working with the customers. We're here to provide better customer care and service. And Kevin talked about bringing the utility billing office from what used to be under the direction of the finance director. Now it serves under the direction of Kevin, the water director, which makes sense. So our whole water utility will be in one department to serve the customer.
All right, super. Any other comments? We appreciate that. And remind me again, the December 1st is the beginning the tracking for the new winter averaging, or November the 1st?
December 1st, yeah, we'll begin the new winter quarter averaging, and then that'll go on the bills in the early spring of next year.
December, January, and February?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, actually, just a clarification, Mayor. So there's 20 different billing cycles, and so it's going to be, kind of per billing cycle. Some are actually going to go into March, but they will start like kind of late. The ones that start in late December, they'll go for 90 days.
The start date, understanding there's 20 or so billing cycle, but the start date is December 1.
Yes, sir.
Until
Yes, sir.
your billing cycle is out either February or March. The
Yes,
last
sir.
person's March, but most everybody will be somewhere in that January, February.
That's correct, sir.
December, January, and February. Okay, super. Okay, I think, just for clarification, so that item 27 was actually, it wasn't overlooked. That item 27 was withdrawn. That was an ordinance, and it was replaced with the briefing item 33. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mayor. Yes.
Okay, and we said we were going to get onto that at 3 o'clock, so.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we can't be much more punctual than this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then that. All right, well, are you prepared? Is
We're
your
prepared.
staff
Yep,
here?
Arlene's here. Arlene Madrano, our presenter's here. So, Mayor, what we'd like to do is present an update or presentation on the tours for the North Beach. We know there's a citizen comment that'll be taken second. That's something that we has been always on the agenda, and it remains today.
Right.
So after Ms. Madrano's presentation, Mayor will entertain citizen comment, and we'll go from there.
All right.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Arlene Madrano, Business Liaison. Item number 33 before you is a briefing item on the potential tax increment and reinvestment zone on North Beach and an update on related studies. Because this item is only a briefing for informational purposes, no action will be taken today. I also want to introduce Dr. Jim Johnson, who drove in this morning from Fort Worth. He helped us complete our feasibility study and has also been instrumental in the establishment of our Downtown TERS 3 incentives, and he helped put together some of the initial large incentive packages for the 600 building and Studio 44 apartments. So feel free to sit at the front.
Let me go to.
City Council goal number 3 was established at the City Council retreat in January. That goal is to develop a strategy regarding North Beach improvements, including funding options and evaluation of best ways to improve North Beach. Today's presentation is progress in achieving that goal. A little bit about North Beach. It is a tourist destination and a beachfront residential community. It is a major corridor into the city of Corpus Christi and is located just across the Harbor Bridge. It is home to our city's 2 most popular attractions, the Lexington and the Texas State Aquarium, and offers a good variety of places to eat and drink with bayfront views. The new Harbor Bridge will transform the circulation patterns between North Beach and downtown Corpus Christi. Relocation of the on and off ramps will free up land previously occupied by highway infrastructure that can be repurposed or possibly redeveloped. Additionally, there has been no significant development on North Beach in decades. There are several tools used for local economic development. Tax increment financing is authorized by Chapter 311 of Tax Code and is a financing method that local governments can use to pay for improvements that will draw private investment to the area. Tax increment financing redirects some of the ad valorem tax from a property in a geographic area to pay for improvements within that area. Only a city or a county may initiate a tax increment financing. It's not a new tax. It is a reallocation of the ad valorem property tax within the zone. A TERS is a unique tool for entities to stand together to accomplish redevelopment in areas that are blighted or in substandard condition. It allows local governments to finance needed structural improvements and enhance infrastructure. It allows improvements to support and promote viability of existing businesses and attract new businesses. Cost of improvements are repaid with future tax revenues on the increment, and each taxing entity determines which percentage of its increment to dedicate to the fund. This is an illustration or a visual on how a TIF works. The horizontal axis is time. The vertical axis is current assessed value for ad valorem. The TERS has a beginning and an end. At the start, a base value is identified, and the revenue to the taxing entities is frozen. For the next, say, 20 years, any increases in value produce the increment which goes into the reinvestment zone fund. The concept is that by reinvesting the increment funds, development occurs that wouldn't have occurred otherwise. Taxing entities remain whole and in the end benefit from increased property values. This is a procedure for creating a TERS. We draft a preliminary project and financing plan, publish notice of hearing on creation of the TERS, hold the public hearing, designate the TERS by ordinance, and create the board of directors, and the board prepares the finalized project and financing plan for council approval. There was a TERS number 1 at North Beach established in 1983, and it expired in 2002. While there was a more extensive project plan initially in 1988, it was amended so that the funds were used for the issuance of bonds for Texas State Aquarium and the Corpus Christi Museum expansion. All 5 entities participated in that TERS number 1. TERS number 2 is our Padre Island TERS, and it was established in 2000 and will expire December 31st, 2022. The 20-year renewal has been requested by ISAC, and a TERS 2 motion passed last year for that renewal process to proceed. The city currently participates at 100%, as does Nueces County and the Nueces County Hospital District, and Del Mar College participated at a decreasing scale for 9 years, ending in 2010. Our downtown TERS has a boundary that extends north-south from the Ship Channel to Morgan and west-east from Tonkawa to the Bay. That TERS was created in 2008 and expires in 2028, and currently the city, the county, and Del Mar participate at 100%. Our 2 active TERSs, between the 2, we have invested over $26 million over the last 19 years. And the Island TERS does have a higher increment because the hospital district does participate in that TERS. So for TERS 2, we have a net taxable value of $513 million. Total TERS revenues to date are approximately $44 million, and the city contribution to date approximately $23 million, with a projected 22-year end contribution of $30 million. For TERS 3 in downtown, we have a net taxable value of $439.5 million. Our total TERS revenues to date have been approximately $7 million, and the city contribution to date has been approximately $3.4 million, with a projected 20-year $12 million contribution, all of course dependent on growth. The growth of the net taxable values over the periods of the TERS, so TERS 2 geographic area has increased in value by $430 million in the past 18 years, and the TERS 3 geographic area has increased in values by $147 million in the past 10 years. Some of the major TERS projects. For TERS 1, as I mentioned earlier, was the Texas State Aquarium, which now has an economic impact of $560 million, or did for the 10 years between 2009 and 2019. For TERS 2, we have a list of Packery Channel projects, which the TERS did build the Packery Channel, as well as parking lot, overlooks, monitoring of the channel, boat ramps. It pays for the Packery Channel dredging, beach nourishment, restrooms, revetment repair, and now will contribute towards the Park Road 22 bridge. Our downtown TERS incentives have been used a little bit differently, and $5.3 million in incentives have been leveraged for $133 million in developments and new businesses. Staff engaged Dr. Johnson in July of this year to complete the legally required feasibility study. Dr. Johnson used these previous planning efforts to draw his conclusions, and these planning efforts went through extensive community engagement. You all might remember some of these. North Beach Development Plan, completed by Bob Payne in 2011. We have the Zimmerman Voc Associates Residential Market Potential, which was included in the Downtown Area Development Plan. And then we have our North Beach redevelopment area specific plan from February of 2018, and then the DADP from March of 2018. So the feasibility study, Dr. Johnson makes the case that TERS infrastructure will make possible future high-density development that will leave the taxing jurisdiction better off than without a TERS. He used the residential study to get the 10-year build-out capacity for multifamily homes, apartments, and condos, and subtracted the 150 units from La Vista Point, which is a development currently underway at North Beach, and then averaged the remaining apartments and condos over 15 years, beginning after stabilization of that development. So our financing plan identified 410 parcels within the TERS boundary, 372 which are taxable, and we used the 2019 certified taxable values as of July 25th from the Nueces County Appraisal District. So for the proposed TERS at North Beach, we're looking at a geographic area that includes approximately 454.5 acres of land, with an NCAD total taxable value, net taxable value of $60.7 million, with a proposed length of 20 years from 2019 to 2038, and an estimated revenue assuming 100% participation from Nueces County and a scaled participation from the city of $33 million. The frozen base for both entities combined would be approximately $581,000. The city would cap its investment at $20 million for 20 years, which is an average of $1 million per year, 100% for the first 10 years and 75% for the last 10 years. The draft preliminary project plan has 10 investment areas, and all dollars used to incentivize developments are distributed on a reimbursement basis. Here's a detailed table of increment projections with the city and the county participation. Again, the city would invest no more than $20 million, and the county is estimated to make a $12.3 million investment. This graph illustrates the city's participation. I'll go into further detail on the next slide. But if the TERS begins in 2019, there will be no increment in the first year, since this year's where the base value is established. The increment slowly inches its way up the next 2 years. Then we see significant development completion in 2022, which will boost the increment the following year. The green portion shows that in year 11 of the TERS, the city's contribution will decrease to 75%, and the remaining 25% goes back to the general fund. So the rate of return will begin to affect the general fund sooner than if we participated at 100% for the full 20 years. The green portion totals approximately $5 million over those 10 years. The city will continue to receive the revenue from the frozen base at $392 annually. The first 10 years, the city is estimated to contribute $6.4 million to the TERS, and the general fund will receive $3.9 million. In years 11 through 20, the city will contribute an estimated $14.4 million to the TERS, and the general fund will receive $3.9 plus the 25%, or $5 million, for a total contribution of $9 million. Here's a list of the proposed projects to be included in the preliminary plan. They are broken down into 3 categories: incentives, maintenance, and infrastructure. Some of our infrastructure items include wayfinding, lighting, park improvements, demolition of blighted structures, residential streets, and public safety. And then our incentives closely model some of the incentives that we have with our downtown TERS number 3. Here are some comparisons to other Texas cities. For San Antonio, they commit 100% to their city-initiated TERS and between 80 and 85% to their developer or petition-initiated TERS. They have 20 active TERSs, 9 are city, 11 are petition, and they follow the same approximately 25-year max with some extensions to 32 years without participation to expend the remaining balance. In Houston, they commit 100% on all but one TERS, and that one is because it was a county-initiated TERS. They have 27 active TERSs, and their first TERS was established in 1991, so on average, they average 1 new TERS per year, and their estimated revenue this year from all of their TERSs is approximately $106 million, so they have a significant number of TERSs in Houston. In Austin, they also participate 100% for the full length with some exceptions. They have 17 total, but only a few are active. Again, usually 20 years, and they just had 1 renew for an additional 20 years. And they are proposing a cap in their financial policies to limit TERSs to 5% of total value of city ad valorem. The state currently allows that at 25, and they are proposing to increase their own policy from 5 to 10%, beginning in FY20. And Dallas participation varies. Their newer TIFs are at between 75 to 90% for the first 20 to 25 years, and then they decrease in the last few years of the TERS. Their downtown TIF will expire in 2035, or when their budget of $231 million is collected. Fort Worth Avenue TIF has an increased scale from 0 to 55% over 20 years. Dallas has 19 active TIF districts. 17 are city-initiated, and 2 are by petition. So our next steps after today's briefing are a city and county workshop to be held sometime next week. And then on October 29th, you'll receive an in-depth or complete presentation on the drainage solution. Then we have a first reading on TERS ordinance on November 12th, which will also include the public hearing, and then a second reading on the TERS ordinance on November 19th. And so I'd like to introduce Jeff Edmonds, the City Director of Engineering, to give you an update on the breakwater study.
Well, and this is going to be very brief because there's not much to report on this. Council awarded that contract to Mott McDonald last month. And this is a slide that we used in that briefing, and they're at work on this, and the first deliverable engineering memorandum is due on that in December. So I'll have more to report at that time. Oh, and I guess you want to, let me introduce Chip Urban. He's going to talk a little bit about the work that they've been doing on the drainage solution.
Thank you. My name is Chip Urban. I'm with Urban Engineering. We've been hired by the city to study the drainage situation and provide multiple options on how it can be solved. So we're well underway in doing that. We're wrapping up the study to provide a final draft to staff by the end of the week. Today, I'm just going to hit on some bullet points that I discussed with the city manager that we want to keep you up to date with. We've got a formal presentation coming later in the month. Like I said, we've got 3 options that we've studied. The first one is basically expanding the closed conduit system, pipes underground, more of them, bigger pipes, trying to get those out to the ends of the peninsula and get it to flow to where it's not just reducing the flooding, but actually creating a situation where, like any other part of town, you can expect to drive in the streets shortly after rain, which now you can't do for days. Option number 2 would be a new open ditch. The open ditch would be approximately 85 feet across at the top, 21 feet across at the bottom, and be wide enough to handle all the drainage for North Beach. Option 2 would still extend to the north and the south ends and exit the water would exit near the Texas State Aquarium and by the RV park at the north end. Option 3 is a new navigable channel that I think everyone's seen renderings of, and so we analyzed that one also, and that would have a third outfall being a navigable channel that connects to Corpus Christi Bay. This is an exhibit I placed in here to kind of help you understand a little bit about how the situation is out there. Right now, this is a touch screen, right? Okay, right now there's a dune system that's been there forever. I believe it was in the 1920s, the railroad came in and built up a railway that acted as a levee. And then by the 1950s, you had 181 come down here and build up another levee. So now we have these 2 bathtubs caught in between these 3 elevated areas that we have. So in order to fix this problem and do it the right way and make the drainage work efficiently, what we're doing is essentially taking out the middle levee right here, having an outfall here, having an outfall here, and one back at the north end, and essentially cutting a hole through the bathtub and letting the water out. So we've done our hydraulic analysis, we've seen the numbers, we've gone through the estimates, and we feel pretty comfortable with them. We'll be going through the staff with that on those shortly. All right, how do you clear the lines? Okay, gotcha. Okay, so this is option 1, which is an expansion of the closed conduit system. In order to move that much water for the whole peninsula, we actually had to put in several what we call RCBs, or reinforced concrete boxes, that go down the full length of the boulevard, and then we run pipes out to the side to help collect the water in from the side streets. In the detail below that, you can see where we marked basically levels of water that would rise. There's one called MSL, which is mean sea level, and then just above that you've got the hydraulic grade line for the 100-year storm, and that comes up, read it. Okay, so anyways, it comes up to about here, and that's about the 100-year storm under normal conditions. When you have the highest tide of the year, it can come up to there. Option 2 is an open ditch. We're looking at the same exhibits here. And then option 3 would be the navigable canal. I think that's the last of my slides. So all of these options, though, provide a level of public safety that's not there right now. I want you to know that when we did our report, we interviewed lots of people out on North Beach. We also interviewed the police chief and the fire chief that, you know, basically helped us understand what we needed to do to get this to a point where if you made this investment and did these improvements, you could achieve a better level of safety that would provide them access to get to people when they needed it.
And that concludes our presentation, and so we'll sit up here at the table and stand by for any questions that you may have.
All right. Mr. Zanoni, you have any other comments?
Well, I was going to try to summarize, Mayor, but today's presentation provides the first conversation with the City Council in terms of the TERS. We did recommend a 20-year TERS, but one that gradually reduces the city's participation. So it starts at 100%, but by year 11, it would reduce down to a 75% participation rate. And you can see that would generate money back to the general fund, assuming development would happen in the amount of $5 million more than we would get under today's conditions. The TERS material that Arlene showed and the documentation that you have shows a proposed project plan, as they call it, and that has a list of projects that could be reimbursed under the TERS. That's what we're going to discuss next week with the council in a work session and a joint work session with the county commissioners to see what do we want to do as a city. This is a first draft recommendation, but we need policy input from the city council as to what the TERS would finance over the 20-year term. Just a reminder on the TERS, also the TERS is a reimbursement-based mechanism, so it's no upfront contribution by the city. It's only if the development happens and then the increment takes place. Then we would still then only reimburse the developer or developers if they spend their money first. So it's kind of it has several protections to the city in terms of our money. There's no current dollars that we have today that would go towards the reimbursement. It's only those incremental dollars. So that's kind of a summary of it. The staff does not need any motion for direction, or today's item on the agenda is not one for action. It's a briefing to the council. And we have several steps, as we showed, moving forward to include that work session next week, a full-depth presentation on the drainage options at the end of this month, and then if the council's ready, 2 hearings in November on the TERS, the first read and the second read.
All right. Do you have any?
Nope, we're standing by for questions.
All right. Well, I think at this time, since it's a briefing, and it's a project that I think everybody's interested in. The council, I think, has been for a long time wanting to do some things to improve the situation on North Beach, and the drainage obviously is the number one target for us, at least for me, and looking forward to the report. Where'd he go? Oh, right there. Mr. Urban's I'm not sure I'm ready to get to the dollar part of it, but I would like to find out what the solution is. But we'd like to have public comment at this time. Quite a few of you have signed up, I think, Ms. Huerta's got it.
Yes, sir, we have actually 31 people signed up to speak.
We would certainly welcome your comments. I would suspect that a lot of you will be here to say the same thing, so if you just want to say amen, that'll work, or we could, if you get 3 minutes apiece, you can count heads, you can be here. Well, Whataburger's open 24/7, so if we got a list somewhere that you've already got?
Yes, sir, I have the
And
list.
if you did not get a chance to sign up, is the list still back in the back?
I think we have one more sheet, yes, sir.
But if you're simply here to say amen, well, you can do that when your name's called, or if you want to, feel free to come up To do this, we normally give 3 minutes. If it seems to be moving pretty fast, we'll do that. If not, we may want to kind of take a look at that, but we want everybody to feel like they've got an opportunity. Because the council wants to hear input from the public on this, and then that'll kind of give us a better foundation when we have our meetings in the next week or 10 days or whenever it is to really put the finalization on trying to come up with the details on this. So if you'd come up, give us your name and address and express your opinion on this item 33, which is a briefing on the tax reinvestment zone for North Beach.
Yes, sir. The first person on the list is Sam Dalton.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council people, Mr. Zamoni. Good to see you all. My name is Sam Dalton. I reside at 8002 Villa French. That happens to be in District 5. It's a pleasure to be here. First, I want to say amen. Second, I want to say I speak in favor of the proposed TERS. I lived on North Beach 50 years ago in a little travel trailer. I was a single guy. I was parked as close to the water as I am from Michael Hunter. It was a great way for a single guy to live. You didn't have the aquarium. You didn't have the Lex. You didn't have the wonderful Ferris wheel and Fajitoville. You didn't have anything except a flooded area, basically. We got a bit of a storm. I pulled my travel trailer out. I had met my current wife, my only wife and my last wife, I might say, who's with me here today.
3 in 1.
I'd like to introduce her as my last wife. She likes to introduce me as the only husband. But I do speak in favor of the TERS. I think it would be a wonderful assist in developing that area. It's a gem in the rough, as it were. And with that, I'll close. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Randy Ramirez.
Hello, I'm Randy Ramirez. I reside at 4925 Concord Street, and I am part of the leadership Corpus Christi, the class of 48. Well, first, thank you, Council, Mayor, Councilmen, and women for letting me talk, and Mr. City Manager. Well, first, I'm very impressed with what I've seen you do, Mr. Zanoni. I think you brought something to the table that we've been missing. I do want to say I've lived all my life here in Corpus Christi, so I'm going to say I'm a Corpus Christian. But I live over here in central Corpus Christi, but I was brought up over here on the west side of town. Growing up, everything I saw was over here at the Harbor Bridge. Now, if we're going to get a new bridge, it's going to be awesome for the city, but when we cross the bridge, we want to see something that's going to look nice and not be an eyesore. So I'm really in favor of the proposed amendments over here to the North Beach project, and I just want to say that's very important, and I'm very proud of our city, and this will just take pride in our city, and this will be a good way to expand, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Peter Davidson.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council members and City Manager and staff. My name's Peter Davidson, 1525 North Shoreline Boulevard. I came in 1977 to visit and thought this was the neatest place. Came from South Africa to England to Corpus Christi. Went back to England, and a good friend of mine in Corpus Christi in 1980 called me up and said, "You know, Peter, Corpus Christi is about to bust wide open. The economy is just going to boom. You need to come on over here and you're going to retire young and make your fortune. And in the beginning of 1981, I came. At that time, we had Exxon headquarters, we had HEB headquarters, we had Levi Strauss Blue Jean Factory, 100,000 square foot near the airport. We had Hagar Factory, men's clothing in Robstown. We didn't have potholes. And I came and lived here. I was 30 years old, and I've been here 40 years. I am a native Corpus Christian. I've lived here longer than anywhere else. I'm married and have a wife and kids. You know, one of the first big wins we had is when you did the first TERS #1 in the aquarium, the Lexington came. And really before that was the seawall in 1938, 1940. That was a big win for the city. That helped the city a lot. Then TERS #2 for Packery Channel came, and then TERS #3 for downtown. There's no reason not to support a TERS. You don't hand out any money. It's all the taxes paid by the buildings, the ad valorem taxes. You get all the taxes from the visitors, the benefit, the hotel and motel taxes. That continues to go to you. But this is like a piggy bank savings. And there's no reason not to do this. There's no loss in it. So I'd appreciate if you do the right thing and vote for a TERS. It's needed. This is the first opportunity we've had in many years. I've been through the Landry's development. There was $60 million on the table. I've seen them leave. I've seen all the stuff, and I was involved in it for many, many years. Here we've got some folks who have an opportunity to make a difference for this city, and please don't let them leave. Thank you.
Irma Caballero.
God, Peter, you're a hard act to follow. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. My name is Irma Caballero. My address is 4966 Oakmont Drive. I live close to the mayor. And I was the city's economic development director from 2005 to 2009. During that time, we entered into several 380 agreements to redevelop the Padre Staples, now La Palmera Mall, and Parkdale Plaza. Both were successful projects, and you've seen the benefits of that redevelopment effort that took place. Another key project that we did during that period was the implementation of the downtown TERS. You are now reaping the benefits of that TERS. You're making improvements with those tax increments that have now become available to you. For this reason, I kind of feel like a bear coming out of hibernation, because since I retired, we started traveling and not doing much of any local stuff. But when I started hearing about the drainage issues in North Beach and the redevelopment visions and ideas, I really piqued my interest. And I started following closely the discussions that were taking place. I want to commend Mayor McComb and the council for your leadership and vision in searching for methods to fund these needs. And a TERS is a great first step to do that. When the downtown TERS was done, we had a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of desires to help downtown, but we were lacking a very important critical component. We didn't have a developer or developers interested in coming in and providing some kind of visionary projects that were going to help kickstart that downtown TERS. So for that reason, it took a while for that TERS to start generating those funds. But with North Beach, you have a tremendous opportunity before you because you do have an interested developer who has vision and great ideas and wants to make an important difference in North Beach. I urge you to continue your support of a TERS for this area and to vote for its implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, if y'all can hold your applause, please, toward the end. Susan Trevino.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. I am super excited about what's going to happen when that new bridge is completed and when that channel is dredged. And if anybody has gone on one of our tours, which I should tell you first of all, I'm the owner of Enjoy Corpus Christi Tours. I live at 7321 Cheyenne Court, forgot that. But if anyone's gone on one of our historical tours, you know that I could spend the entire 2 hours talking about the bridge. I've fallen in love with the bridge. And that's what I want to say. When people come across that bridge, I want them to have that magnificent welcoming mat before they enter into our beautiful city. I want them to say, oh, wow, I can't wait. Hey, I don't think we have enough time to do everything. We're going to have to come back. I want them to be that excited when they enter our city. So I totally and completely support TERS for North Beach.
Thank you, ma'am.
Renee Trevino.
Thank you. Amen.
Shelley Crumnow.
All right.
Larry and Karen Urban.
That's good, Larry. You can sit down.
Yeah.
Do I have 3 minutes, Mayor?
Yes, sir. If you talk real fast, you can get.
Is there anything that anyone would like to ask? I'm underwhelmed. I guess the big question on this issue at this stage of the game is, can North Beach be adequately drained within reasonable resources? It's a big question and it's a serious question. And I hope within the 3 minutes that I can address that and nothing else. The area is low, 2, 3, 4, 5 feet above sea level. Sandy soil. As my son Chip said, there have been 3 dikes built through there that impede the flow. Drainage there utilizes underground stormwater lines like the rest of the city does, but theirs is a special case because they're laid below sea level and they stand full of water all the time. And the waves from the bay bring the water in and they bring sand with it. Day by day, week by week, month by month, sand goes in, it becomes quiescent, and it settles out, and it fills these lines. It's simply not a good utilization of resources to try and drain that kind of piece of property in that manner. Ultimately, it doesn't work. So, what's the alternative? You could put these huge boxes in there that were proposed. I think there was 6 of them, 6 by 10. It's the same story on a different scale. And by the way, it's terribly expensive. The second is to put an open ditch, but that doesn't really do the job of uplifting that piece of property. The third is a canal. You've all seen depictions of it. And you will say, why will the water move there and not through the pipes? And I want you to keep in mind and visualize, you have a water glass on a table. You have a pitcher of water. You come pour the water in, the water goes up. In fact, it comes over the top of the glass.
Thank you, Mr. Urban.
You take that.
Give him another minute.
Yes, sir.
We'll wrap it up.
You take that pitcher and walk down here to the T-heads and pour it in Corpus Christi Bay, and it doesn't go up. Corpus Christi Bay's several square miles, a lot of square miles. It's connected to the Gulf of Mexico and in turn to the Caribbean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. You're pouring into an infinite reservoir. From my point of view, I think that's a system that can work. And by putting it in with bulkheads and so forth, it enhances all of the property around it. And you don't have to be a magician or a developer to appreciate that. I'm sorry I ran over line, or if there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer.
We'll just deduct it from your bill. Thank you very much.
Carolyn Vaughn.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. As your council-appointed chairperson of North Beach Task Force, I've talked to you many times since April 2018. I want to say one thing, and then I want to give my time to someone who believes in our city's future. For those of you who are delaying and possibly not supporting a TERS on North Beach, think about the message you're sending to the taxpayers of North Beach. Also, think about the message you're sending to taxpayers on Padre Island. If you're against creating a TERS on North Beach, are you also against renewing the TERS on Padre Island? I'm hoping everyone, including all the media, hears this young man's message. It speaks to the future of Corpus Christi. This message is from a young man who has taken time to visit the North Beach war rooms, understand the details, and like me, he believes in the future of Corpus Christi. My name is Jeff Nevis, Vice President of Armshore U.S. Wind American Shoreline Incorporated. I'm writing to state my support for the council to vote yes to form the North Beach TERS. Our company has been part of putting together billions of dollars of investment and development in both the oil and gas and renewables industries in the Eagle Ford Shale and Coastal Bend. And much of that has been through public-private economic development partnership. This is a thriving time for the South Texas energy industry, and Corpus Christi's economy and the type of public-private partnerships proposed by the North Beach TERS can help Corpus seize the day and the opportunities at hand. I would ask the council the simple question as to why wouldn't you support this project? The great benefit of these TERS structures in most of Texas is excellent economic incentive programs, which neighboring communities like San Patricio County are using to attract investment, is that the city doesn't lose any money. They just set what they are already getting as the cap on tax basis. And then the new revenue is redeployed into investment, into infrastructure to support new projects and additional investment. This effectively holds the city harmless. There is no risk in supporting this project. It's a why not proposition. If the city doesn't lose what little tax revenue we already get, but stand to incentivize new investment and gain tremendous sales tax revenue from new tourist activity, and especially if the cost of installing a drainage system, which has to be done to deal with flooding anyway, is almost the same as a canal and only an incremental small cost change. Why not install a canal that can support tourist destination development for our future? Why not vote for something great for our future? TERS and TIFs and economic development programs are behind all the great city development projects across the country: Houston, Dallas, San Antonio, Disney World, Oklahoma City, San Diego, on and on. Why not Corpus Christi? The city needs to attract new investment here and across the coastal region. This is a no-brainer decision and truly a why not proposition. Almost done, Mayor. Special interest seems to be the only reason not to support this project. Perhaps there is a concern that if one tourist area develops, other tourist-driven areas will decline, but that's not the case in the experience and history of tourist destinations. Please vote yes to the North Beach Tours and the great future of Corpus Christi. In conclusion, with your indecision and lack of action, think about the message we're sending to the taxpayers of North Beach. Think about the message we're sending to the taxpayers on Padre Island. If you are against creating a tours on North Beach, are you also against renewing the tours on Padre Island? Think of the words this young man just shared with you, and think about the future of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Cagle. Robert Cagle.
I apologize for the casual dress. We're getting the Cole Park and Rose Park ready for the flags for heroes. And anybody who wants to buy one, just come see me. I'm here. I was on the Marine Advisory Board when Landry's was being proposed here. And we were doing a lot of work up in Kemah. And I happened to go visit City Hall. And the city manager there showed me before and after pictures of what Landry's did with Kemah. Let's just say that running Landry's off from the marina was not one of our stellar decisions in this city. I have lived from one end of this city, country to the other. I've seen cities with vision, and I've seen cities without vision. And you can see which way I think I vote so far on this city, even though I choose to live here. We have so much untapped potential. And those that say that tourism is not real business, and I've heard that too many times, just go to Orlando. Before a little company called Walt Disney built there, it was a orange processing city. I think this is an important decision to make. Just think you'll be looking at a concert in the new amphitheater. You look out past there, and you will see boats and sailboats and sailboards. That will make national news, that venue. That will put us on the map. I think this project would be as transformational for this city as the Riverwalk was for San Antonio. And I really urge your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chris Navarro. Chris Navarro. Okay. Jesse Gilbert.
Jesse Gilbert, Texas State Aquarium Chief Operating Officer, 2710 North Shoreline. First, I want to thank the mayor, the council, city manager, and city staff for their leadership in developing this and looking into this. We wholeheartedly support the tours. The 550,000 people that are going to visit the aquarium this year, we want to make sure that they have a safe and welcoming visit, and the drainage is an important part of that. You know, if it rains and we have a high tide, it's hard to even get staff in and out of the aquarium to take care of the animals. So we wholeheartedly support the project, and I think as the development comes with North Beach, we can increase what can happen for the city, and tourism is part of that, the aquarium is part of that, and so we so wholeheartedly support the project.
Thank you.
Jonathan Gonzalez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Jonathan Gonzalez. I live at 13753 Cayo Gorda. Many of you probably have seen me in the past few months. I've been working with Mr. Blackard. I met him about 1.5 years ago. But I wanted to let y'all know I'm growing up in Corpus Christi. I'm born and raised here, and I live here with my wife and family. A point I wanted to make is my brothers are all gone. They've all left Corpus Christi. My family is here, but a lot of my friends took off and left as well. And a lot of that happened because there was not a lot of things here for us to do. Nothing that anyone could kind of tangibly put their hands upon. This is one of those projects that's going to be so important to a community as a young person. We're losing so many, as we like to call it, the brain drain of Corpus Christi. Everyone leaves. It goes off Houston, San Antonio, Austin, other places. This is something that would attract the younger people and the younger generation to stay here, to work here, to want to have jobs and live and raise families here. That's why I think it's so important to support this TERS, which is exactly the point that Mr. Neves made. Why not? This does nothing to increase taxes on these areas. It just incentivizes development and helps with this area. Another point I'd like to make is, as the time I've spent here, I've seen a lot of adversity towards Mr. Blackard, and I think a lot of that has to do is because of his kind of tell it like it is truth. I think we need to hear some of this hard truth that we're losing our young people. We're dilapidating, there's decay in the city, and there's ways to help it, and ways to make this thing, to keep it and make it better for us. And that's what I was here to say, and that's why I'm very supportive of this, and that's why I've really attached to this project. It's a phenomenal thing, especially for everyone my age, raising a family, and like I said, I think it's an extremely important thing for us as a city. Thank you all very much.
Bob Jones. Bob Jones.
City Council members, I stand here today with an address of 3710 Seagull Boulevard, where I am pastor of the Harborview Chapel on North Beach. Good afternoon, and welcome to the sparkling city by the sea, Corpus Christi, Texas, whose name literally means body of Christ. I just like saying that all the time. And I'm just practicing to say that to a lot more people than the approximately 800,000 people who already visit the Texas State Aquarium and the Lexington. I'm here to say that development and redevelopment in this county, this community, this city needs to include us. To begin, I pose a few questions. Have any of our elected leaders not heard about, nor been briefed about, or not visited to inquire or question the proposed potential plans to enhance the future of an integral part of our city and its history, which is North Beach? Another question, when creating future growth plans for this city, is the effort intended to ensure that a particular political power or power faction maintains control, or should it be intended that opportunity to achieve representation be available to those outside of the special interest blocks? I'm referring to what is called insiders or the old guard versus so-called outsiders or newcomers. Another question, should the council accept the notion in the residents, the business people, the investors, potential investors, young professionals, and yes, our current and next generation be excluded from or denied right now the chance to build on their dreams, their hopes, their aspirations for a more exciting and prosperous future? And finally, have we already concluded that there can't possibly be enough public, government, private entities who like the idea and potential plans to fix and grow North Beach to warrant a serious count of them or even consideration of them? These questions, to me, suggest a serious underrepresentation of constituents. You know, the citizen rulers of this nation and its government. A serious underrepresentation on the playing field of our great freedom of being a representative republic. And that's where we elect fellow citizens, not to rule over us, but to be our voice. The voice of the people on council, the commissioners court in Austin and even Washington, D.C. We came here and we expect an affirmative, a yes vote on this first of two needed to move forward. We're not going to get it today, obviously, but we came expecting that. That's what we thought, to begin to realize the hope that so many have expressed regarding our North Beach community. I won't go into detail on the method known as TERS because we know that they worked in San Antonio about 20 times, that they worked for housing. I think I can do it in a minute. Can I get another minute? Somebody yield me their time? Okay. TERS worked in downtown Corpus. We see the emergence of new businesses, a new hotel, corporate bank headquarters, all are very near the water. It resulted in the Texas State Aquarium. It's worked on North Padre Island with currently a bridge to benefit future private development is moving forward. There have been 2 offices open daily from 9 to 5 for the past few months where any and everybody who cared could find out about the specifics and the ideas for effectively moving forward. I've often visited And I've seen representation from the Corps of Engineers, the General Land Office, Texas A&M Corpus Christi. I've seen environmental groups. I've seen all disciplines of engineers. I've seen young people. I've seen elected officials from different levels of government. I've seen utilities, and I could go on. So why is it important that you vote yes today and fulfill the first of the required votes to move forward? I'd say because North Beach, that has been for far too long neglected. For many who work, live, and visit North Beach is undoubtedly a safety issue of the greatest urgency. And in conclusion, vote yes. Move this thing forward, because in actuality, Corpus Christi needs it. We must continue to do the things that take away the excuse, as the young people say, of leaving their homes and family, because there's nothing to do here, there's no future here, and they call it brain drain. Vote yes, move it forward, because our elected representatives really need to prove to the next generation and today's young professionals that it is really worth staying here and living here and investing in their hometown of Corpus Christi. Having lived here for approximately 30 years, serving on many boards and commissions, locally and for the state, I fondly remember the late Joe O'Brien, who opposed many tax-related things. He and others who agreed with him were called againers. You are our voice. You were selected to represent the will of the people who sent you to this body. I urge you, no, I beg you, don't y'all, our elected officials, become today's againers. Vote yes, continue to move us forward. Thank you.
Hank Harrison.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hank Harrison. I live at 901 Driftwood. I want to say thank you very much for our ability to come in here and speak today and make our voices heard. I'll get right into it. I had something I wanted to say, but when you really get down to it, I mean, one more thing. I'd like to also say that I represent a number of different businesses in Corpus Christi that I'm very proud to represent, many of which are, in existence because of our city's previous ability to invest in itself. And now you look at what the city looks like now. I mean, you want to knock out about 5 different birds with one stone? We can get tired of all this old guard talk. We can knock that one out. We can fix North Beach. We can make a bunch more money. We can keep the young people like myself here, because I want to leave half the time and I run some of these businesses. Let's stop getting in our own way. That's why Tiers exists. That's what it's there for. Representing the community is what you guys are there for. Let's not forget that. It's easy. That's what this kind of thing is here for. We can bring more people in. They're going to start up more business. I'll start one up over there. Let's raise more tax dollars by making people want to stay here and spend their time here instead of leaving and going to San Antonio, San Marcos, or Austin every single weekend. More people wanting to stick around here will mean more people going to my business, which will mean more tax dollars sent to the city. And all that's going to come in after you guys don't have to spend very much money, because it's a Tiers grant. I mean, that's how it works. That's what it's there for. Let's use it. Let's not make this yet another example in a long line of missed opportunities in Corpus Christi. We're getting a lot done. We are getting a lot done. I don't want to stand here and pretend as though I've got only complaints about Corpus Christi, because that's not the truth. I'm very proud of my city. I left twice and came back both times. I've traveled a lot. I've seen almost every city worth going to in the Gulf of Mexico. And we have probably the best city that there is on the Gulf of Mexico. And it's something to be proud of, but we've got to continue to grow. We've got to be able to continue to have vision that we can see, and not just vision that looks as though it's putting money in the pockets of those big corporations that are coming in, are truly driving our city forward. But we need to drive our city forward for the citizenry in the city, the people that you all represent. We need to have something to do. Something fun to do, something that's not just, well, we're going to make more money and then maybe in 15 years we'll fix some potholes. We've got to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We can fix potholes, we can save the water supply, we can open up some really cool places to visit in Corpus Christi, and everybody else is going to be looking at what? They're not going to be looking at the potholes. They're not going to be looking at the water supply. They'll just forget that we used to have a bunch of boil bans and boil orders and stuff like that. We're going to end up having a bunch more people visiting the city, because they're going to come to the North Beach project. I mean, where do you think they're going to go? They're not going to be hanging out in San Antonio, spending money in Corpus Christi, talking about how there hasn't been a water ban in a while. I mean, they're going to come down and visit and spend their money. Thank you very much. I appreciate you allowing me to speak, and thank you all very much.
Sandy Powell.
Hello, my name is Sandy Powell, and I actually scratched my name off the list, but since they called me, I thought I'd come up and say, I'm a real estate agent. I actually live on the island, but I do support the North Beach. I think it's something that we need to have more tourists come here. I also have 14 grandkids that I would love to share the North Beach with. So I am going to say yes, I'm voting for it, and I hope y'all all agree. Thank you.
Harry Meyer.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for getting us to this point. I had emailed you guys this, but I'm just going to read it out loud. This is from the North Beach Community Association. I am on the board of directors there, and I'm the secretary right now. The North Beach Community Association, a coalition of North Beach residents, property owners, and business owners, voted unanimously in September to support the formation of a tax increment reinvestment zone for North Beach. We ask for your support for the TERS number 4 this month as it comes up on your agenda for a discussion and vote. NBCA's solid support for the creation of a TERS is nothing new, as we've been championing this idea for several years. In February 2015, we got 150 signatures and wanted you to form a TERS, but the city failed to pass one at that time. We ask for your unanimous support for the formation of a TERS to help move North Beach forwards by creating this dedicated funding source for our area. There's been a lot of people talking about a lot of different things today, but I did want to point out that the large projects like a canal or drainage solution, whatever, that's really not what this is for. This is to set aside funding for beautification and for increased public safety and for parking. That's what the TERS is going to pay for. So the other things we can talk about later. But this needs to kind of be done quickly. For one thing, property values with all the excitement are just going up and up and up right now. The quicker you draw that line and start the TERS, the better. Also, the other people like Del Mar Community College, they need some time also to prepare their TERS. The more that we drag this down and drag it out, the harder it's going to be for the other entities to pass it as well. Thank you to the county for already doing theirs. So I would like to see a motion of direction to the city manager today to go ahead and schedule a special meeting so you guys can vote on this quicker. Thank you.
Cassandra Champion. Cassandra Champion.
Hello, Council. Hello, Mayor. My name is Cassandra Champion. I'm a marketing professional that, unlike a lot of people in this room, I chose to move to Corpus Christi. I am the Director of Marketing with the USS Lexington, and we bring hundreds of thousands of visitors to North Beach every year. I would really appreciate your support behind this TERS and welcome investment in the community and make sure that we are moving this city forward. Thank you.
Patricia Gonzalez. Ron Graben.
Ron Graben, 202 Surfside. I can live anywhere, and I've chosen North Beach. I like so much about it. When I came to the area in 2011, people were talking about North Beach, but not the way they're talking about it today. When I bought property there were a lot of eyes that were rolled, and what are you doing on North Beach? And there seems to be a momentum right now on North Beach. Everywhere I go, I listen to people talk, and they're talking differently than when I came in 2011. It's only been positive. They say good things are about to happen, and there's a momentum. And so I feel like we're in the 2-minute drill right here, and we're getting close to the goal line. And I sure hate to see anybody fumble the ball or drop a pass. And I hope that you will vote yes, because I think it's the right vehicle at the right time in the right place. So thank you very much for your time.
Robert Rhymes. Or, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's Kimes. Is it Kimes? Okay, Robert Kimes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Robert Kimes, and I work at the USS Lexington as well. I'm in the exhibits department and the marketing department, so I help out a lot over there. So sometimes when it rains over there, I have the unfortunate event of walking through water all the way to the top of the pier. So, because we get all the drainage that comes down from the pier, and then the drainage that doesn't go into the street. It just stands around. So I have to drive through water and then walk through water to get to work, and that is not very fun to do. So I am very much in support of fixing North Beach and getting it looking nice. I'm actually originally from San Antonio, and I came down here because I saw opportunity in the city. I think it has so much potential, and getting this tiers voted in and getting going on cleaning up North Beach and making it look amazing is why I'm here. It's why a lot of people would come to Corpus and stay, and why locals would stay as well, if we can clean it up and make it look amazing and not have to walk through water to get to work. So thank you very much, and please support North Beach.
Thank you.
Kirk Borland. Kirk Borland.
Good afternoon. In 2009, I graduated from Carroll High School. Shortly after that, the U.S. started its longest period of economic growth ever, currently at 123 months. Since then, Corpus has been left behind. We've lost 2,500 jobs since then, and I think this project would bring a lot back to the community. That's all.
Thank you.
Mike McFarland. Mike McFarland. Julie Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. My name is Julie Williams, and I reside at 4101 Cross River Drive. I was born and raised here in Corpus Christi, and I received my master's degree from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. I don't plan on leaving anytime soon due to all the available opportunities here. I do believe in the future of Corpus Christi, and the future of Corpus Christi and us residents need this victory. We need something great to happen here, and we all believe in it. I hope you do as well, and please help us bring hope back to Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you.
James McGill.
All right. Good afternoon, City Council and City staff. My name is James McGill. I reside at 451 Southern Street. And today I've taken time from a very busy schedule today. I stand here and briefly express my passion for this city and the importance I feel for this TERS agreement. This TERS is extremely important to our future, my future, and more importantly, my family's future. I'm 27 years old and have advocated Corpus Christi as a young adult for as long as I can remember. I've always had an optimistic opinion for Corpus Christi, and I quote many when I say the city with more potential than we know what to do with. Now, for the first time in my life, I'm becoming of age, and I'm actually questioning if Corpus Christi is really the place that I want to continue to support and eventually raise a family here, due to a history of past leaders not seeing the bigger picture over and over again, as it seems. I firmly believe that creating a TERS on North Beach is an easy step forward. The North Beach Task Force has been here to help all of us. I can see a future in this that will benefit generations to come. I do also believe in my city councilmen today and women, and I hope you guys can make the decision in favor of this TERS. Thank you for your time, and lastly, I just wanted to make it apparent of how many people are here today in support of this, and ask anyone here specifically for the TERS agreement to please stand. Thank you.
Mark Roach.
Lives in Portland.
Mr. Mayor, esteemed members of the council, staff, Peter, welcome to Corpus. I'm a Corpus Christi born and raised boy, but I live in Portland now.
Yeah. We're going to put a toll road on you.
I'm gonna. I could come up, try to come up here and dazzle y'all with a bunch of statistics and facts and figures and all that kind of stuff, but I'm not going to. You've already seen the success of everything that's already taken place in this area. So let me say this. I'm going to share a story with you. When I was about 6 years old, that would have been the late 50s, my dad had brought my mother back from England after World War II, and she found the beach, both at North Beach and Port Aransas, so we spent just a ton of time there. And I'll never forget one day we had gone to Port A, and we were coming home down that long island road. I think y'all refer to it as 361. We used to call it the Island Road back then. And we'd come up to the intersection of the Island Road and then Lexington Boulevard. Mary, you remember that. And all that was at that intersection was a stop sign, sea oats, and asphalt for as far as you could see in any direction. That was it. And I remember the car stopping, and I was in the back seat, and the car, my dad didn't proceed on. We just sat there. And I couldn't figure out what was going on, so I stood up behind my daddy in the driver's seat there, and I looked out the windshield to see what in the world he was looking at. And I discovered that he was staring at a brand new billboard sign across that intersection announcing the coming of the Padre Isles Country Club. And I remember asking him, Daddy, what does that mean? And he said, son, all I can tell you is this. I can't believe anybody would ever build anything out there. My point, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, don't be like my daddy.
The next name is Matthew Martin. I can't read the name. P.O. Box 27. I can't, it's illegible. I can't read the name. No Matthew? No? Okay. How about Steve Banta?
Mayor, council members, you know me. We've all known each other quite a long time as I've been here in Corpus Christi. I'll officially do an introduction though. Steve Banta, Captain Navy, retired, former commanding officer, Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and current executive director of the USS Lexington Museum. And I'll tell you, as you know, I've been here 5 years, both on active duty and after, and this is the first time I've been at this body where I've spoken up about something that's passionate to me, that is important for this city, and I hope that means something because you know me and I'm a serious person, and this is a very serious matter. The USS Lexington, I know a lot of people have stood up already, but if you don't mind, everybody who came with me today or in any way associated with the Lexington, will you please stand up? Thank you. These members here are board members that are upstanding members of this community, including one of your own. These members here are staff members of mine, currently being paid to be here. It's that important to me. And volunteers, most of whom are veterans that are passionate about this city. The Texas State Aquarium, the USS Lexington Museum bring in over 800,000 visitors a year into Corpus Christi, and that's only going to increase when North Beach finally gets improved after years of neglect. Drive to the Lexington, drive to the aquarium, and they're beautiful and they're a great part of this city, and you got to drive by abandoned buildings and dilapidated structures throughout North Beach. And finally, people are kind of fed up with it. I'm appreciative that you all are here and you're being seriously considering this, but I would challenge you, because you have the power to vote on a TERS now. All of the projects that will come of that, I appreciate your deliberation, and I hope that you seriously consider them before you make the final decision on where we will go. But the TERS decision does not determine what that final choice is on how you do drainage. You could vote on that today. We just had former crew members come on board the ship, and they did their reunion. They love the ship, they love touring this city, and they were all severely disappointed in the area of Corpus Christi where the Lexington resides and the aquarium resides. I know you feel the same way. When we talk offline, I know you feel that way. I hope that it's important that not one person has come up here and spoken negatively about the TERS. Please weigh that very carefully, and please vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, sir. We've got about 4 more people left. The next is Judge Barbara Canales.
Hey, be nice, be nice. 2 minutes.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to be able to address you today, City Manager, Council, staff, and all of those in the audience. Let me first be on the record as a public citizen, just a private citizen here. I am definitely on record as being for the TERS. I say this because, like you, I grew up here. This is my hometown. This is where my children were raised, but where none live. And I, too, believe that this is the opportunity of a lifetime. It's very rare, in fact, I have been doing a lot of research, that you have a developer who's here now. Typically, a TERS is initiated to establish the economic incentive to attract a developer. This is backwards, in a way, and really demonstrative of the need to pursue this vigorously. Now let me switch hats just a moment. Now I want to speak to you as Barbara Canales, Nueces County Judge, because I know how heavy it is, the burdens you keep, all of you, and particularly the mayor and the city manager. Most of us did battle this legislative session with revenue caps. We understand the very difficult position that we are often faced with when it comes to the ad valorem that we receive, or in your case, multiple sources of revenue, sales tax and the like. And we worry about them. It always seems to everybody that's not in the chair that it's very easy. And I come to you understanding your burdens. But because I understand your burdens so well, I want to ask you to do something, and that is not simply support it, is join me. Join the efforts of Nueces County and Nueces County Commissioners Court, because we need a partner. Anytime you see an endeavor like this, a development, success, the reason the aquarium was so successful is because we joined hands together as a community. In fact, I would submit to you that any time we have been successful, it is because we have joined hands. Now, we have an opportunity, a meeting that's been set, that's been referenced to earlier this afternoon. I believe it's October 24th at 8:30 in the morning. I just sent word that we're going to post that meeting and invite, per your request, county commissioners. I think this is a good idea. I think it's good because clearly there are things that you want to ask of us at the county, how we're going to maybe handle it, and there's things that perhaps we would like to ask of you. I'm certain there are tremendous details to be discussed. But the devil is in the details, and those can be worked out because that comes after the fact. The purpose of the TERS is to initiate this investment and then to worry and argue and debate and have all the controversy you need afterwards. How wonderful it would be to just say yes. Please, I'm looking for a champion here. I have a champion on County Commissioners Court for this project. There's no doubt about it. But I want to leave you with this thought. Where is the champion from the city? Who are you? Is it you, Gil, Rudy, Ben, Greg, Mayor, Everett, Michael, Roland, Paulette? Because these types of things don't get done without champions. So please, think about joining forces with the county for the greatest change transformationally that we can have in our career. And I look forward to visiting with you on October 24th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chad McGill.
Mayor, council, city secretary, city manager, and staff, it's an honor and a privilege to talk to you today, especially during a staff briefing. I don't think that's ever happened before, so thank you for allowing the public to speak today. I don't understand the change from public hearing to staff briefing, but I won't talk about that. I just respect the process. The opportunity to talk to you today is one that I think is very important, not only for the citizens of North Beach, the people who have great memories on North Beach, through this whole process of volunteering and helping not only your task force, but also the aquarium, the Lexington, and the stakeholders at the community association. We've gotten a lot of people sharing a lot of memories and a lot of history about North Beach. And how ironic would it be in the future to take the very initial rail system that caused a lot of the water problem and turn that into the solution. We've uncovered the fact that oysters filter 50 gallons of water a day in clean water. There's so many different facets of all this, but me personally, and I think a lot of us would ask you, there are a lot of different things being said. There's a lot of information. Please reduce that down to the fact that the North Beach Community Association first asked for a TERS on North Beach in 2009. The very people that this would affect the most, a TERS, have been asking for almost 10 years. Now, I was in one of those chairs or two of those chairs. Sometimes they switch chairs. You almost have to look at the names on the back of them to figure out which one you were sitting in. But we couldn't get it done when we were on council because we didn't have the momentum that we have today. Now, you've got dozens of volunteers, people from throughout this community. We've heard people from the island, south side, the west side, central Corpus Christi, support because we all have a different connection with North Beach. It's the very place that we remember in our memories. There's so much history. Why not allow a TERS, an easy step, that's not money out of the budget? Today, it's a step that gives predictability for people that are taking an immense risk. And the key is it opens the door for multiple developers and many people to do what we hope happens on North Beach. Now, people think this is a developer project. I would say that, frankly, Mr. Frazier and Mr. Blackard own 1.8% of the total acreage of North Beach. How could this be a developer project? So let's calm the noise down. Let's go back to the fact that a TERS has been asked for 10 years. I'm confident that this council can stay focused on the TERS and vote yes. Now, you could do a special meeting and finalize the TERS by October 29th, but the staff has given a calendar. So I hope that's where you make your decision today. But I hope you have already decided to move forward with the TERS. That's the easy one to support. We can deliberate on the details later. Thank you.
Philip Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Mayor, distinguished members of the council, Mr. Zanoni. Bear with me, I'm a little under the weather today. My name is Philip Ramirez. I live at 322 Santa Monica Place. I grew up in Portland, and so I've spent 35 years of my life at least driving to where I have memories of driving past North Beach. My mother actually lived on North Beach in the 1950s and watched the Harbor Bridge go up in the shadow of their house. My late business partner, Mr. Turner, was one of the original developers of the two high-rise condominium buildings that have been there since the late 1980s and late 1970s. And I remember him fondly telling me stories about when we first built the breakers, we thought North Beach is going to take off. When they built Las Brisas shortly thereafter, North Beach is going to take off. When they put in the aquarium, North Beach is surely going to take off. When the Lexington was brought in, North Beach is surely going to take off. As you all know, in my profession, I've had the opportunity to engage in developments all over this community, and I've been part of several developments that have tried to get off the ground in North Beach, but have failed for one reason or another. The obstacles are great to bringing development to North Beach, and those obstacles are not easily solved. We need every single tool in our toolkit to spur development within this area. We have, I happen to sit, and I'm glad to see my friend Norma here, on a committee that brought forth the recommendations to approve TERS number 3 in the downtown area. We are now beginning to see the fruits of that labor as we start to bring in mixed use and housing into our downtown area that we so desperately needed. I think that this is an opportunity that you have before you to pull another tool out of our tool belt to add to our arsenal to continue development and progress within the city. I've heard many people come up here and talk about what benefits it brings them. I would ask you to look at it a little bit differently. I think we need to stop thinking about what benefit it brings ourselves, but start truly thinking about the people that you all represent up here that have no voice yet. And these are the people that we should be considering what their opinion is. And those are the millennial generation, and those, quite frankly, that are younger, that are going to be looking and enjoying, hopefully, continued growth in this city, that are 5, 6 years old. Those are my children. And those are the people that I know that we have a chance to create an opportunity and a life for them with a quality of place that I know that the city deserves. Quite frankly, we deserve this. We've done a lot of things in the past where people look upon us and say, well, we failed here, or we could have had this, or could have had that. But quite frankly, I believe that it's our time. We are blessed to have an urban beach setting. There are communities throughout this country that only wished and dreamed that they had the natural setting, the beautiful setting that I love so much. And I know that with your wisdom and your guidance and your leadership, that you all will use this toolkit to pull out every single opportunity to continue the development in this community that I know that we deserve, and I know that is going to be necessary. As you all know, I have a little bit of insight into the economic development world, and what I can tell you is that we're going to need everything that we can in order to continue to attract new businesses and retain the talent, and hopefully retain our children within this community. And so I ask, don't do it for us. Do it for those who can't be here today. There's a little one over here that I can hear crying with her mom. Do it for them. This is a decision that I hope that in 20 years we may not get recognition for it, because it's not why y'all sit up here and do the things and make the hard decisions that you make. It's not for the recognition, but it's for doing the right thing. And I hope that y'all will take that under consideration as y'all decide to move forward in these deliberations. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeff Blackard.
My name is Jeff Blackard, Blackard Global. As I sat here, I'm an outsider and I'm here. And my experience has just been terrible. I've seen fraud. I've seen people trying to get me to pay them off. I've seen everything. So the reason probably Johnny Morris left here with Bass Pro, or Tillman Fertitta, they're friends, and all these other guys, the experience here is terrible. So you put a task force together, and I hear that the mayor told the newspaper or the television station today that he wants to get rid of the task force because their job is done. We're not even remotely done. You don't even have a traffic study on North Beach. You have a bridge coming, and you don't have a traffic study. There is so much on North Beach that's not done. And praise the Lord, Carolyn Vaughn and everybody else has spent hundreds and hundreds of hours to work on things that you should have let us. I met with you the other day and asked you a question. Do you have any questions about the TERS? And you said no. And I come today and you want more time to learn about the TERS. Rudy came in and learned about it. Roland came in to learn about it. Ben came in to learn about it. Gil came in to learn about it. Obviously, Everett's on the board. Hunter knows about it. And now you want more time. Well, I'll make this real simple. This is a graph. You know what this graph is? It's really simple. In 1950, there were 650 houses on North Beach, structures. Today, there's 126. If you don't think a TERS is needed on North Beach, I've heard everything about Padre and everything else. If you don't think a TERS is needed, holy cow. How do you think, Greg? You said it's to line the pockets of the developer. How do you think we're going to encourage developers to go there? This isn't like Padre. This is one of your poorest areas in town. Do you have suggestions? And for anybody to say they didn't have time to understand the TERS, shame on you. We've been open for a year. Our doors are open from 9 to 5 every day to educate anybody on the TERS, on the development. And a minute ago, you just had a briefing from your staff, okay, about the islands. He didn't even know, okay? The deception, if I may go on, the deception is the city staff, not Peter, he's the most awesome city manager I've run across in all the cities I've been in. Not this, but the people in engineering, they have hid things from us. They haven't given drainage studies even to Chip Urban, and you just hired him to do stuff. They've hid things from us over and over again. The people on North Beach are getting completely screwed over, and the truth is now coming out. They've been deprived since 1971 drainage, and I've had to keep on coming to you and trying to get you to lead us. The utilities are not telling you the truth. Look up the memo, the famous memo Mark Van Vleck sent to the city manager years ago. So there's no problem with utilities and there's no problem with drainage on North Beach. Do you realize that they did a drainage study, 2 of them in the last 10 years, and they didn't have a topo map? Goldstein, or whatever his guy's name is, your friend, he's running around trying to get all the engineers huddled up to try to go against North Beach. I know all the secrets that's going on around here, and I tell you what, you have one opportunity. You have a guy in this crowd that's interested in investing in North Beach. When he goes away, he goes away. Good luck, okay? And 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with Peter, and he was ready to pack his bags and leave, okay? Not leave Corpus Christi, but invest in North Beach. And I had to get Peter to tell him he will do his best effort to figure out a way to stay on North Beach. He built a restaurant there, revived a hotel. The guy is one of the great heroes of Corpus Christi's history. Now, in cities like Frisco where I do business, the city manager is great and the council is great. I was in the negotiation on this, on the baseball, on the underpass, on the Cowboys, all these different things. But I could come and beg. I begged you 5 nights in a row to come see our presentation at the aquarium, and you couldn't make one. And this TERS needs to happen. 650 houses in 1950. This is for the kids. This isn't for me. I'll pack my bags and go on home. But if you're going to have a future of great things happen in the city, we have now got to, this is a nonsense vote. A TERS on North Beach? That's just ridiculous. Thank you.
Anyone else? Did anyone else want to have any comments to say? Amen. Amen. All right. Got one back there? Yes, sir. Come on up front. All right, right here up there. Yeah.
Okay. I am Juan Olivares, and North Beach has been my home for 36 years. Yes. And for all that time, I have lived through all the flooding and drainage problems there in North Beach. Even today, there's many areas of North Beach underwater. It is a year-round problem in a lot of areas of North Beach. You know, for too long, poor flood and drainage planning by the city has been the cause of the constant flooding and drainage problems there in North Beach. And it is a safety concern having to drive through all those flooded areas. Flood and drainage planning for the city is even more important now under the conditions of global warming, because North Beach will now be subject to more severe storms and will be more frequently flooded by seawater, which we have that problem to a degree now. With the USS Lexington Museum, the State Aquarium, which is a world-class aquarium, the impending of the new one-of-a-kind harbor bridge, and with the implementation, hopefully, of a Riverwalk canal-like, North Beach will be one of the best attractions in all of Texas. And it's going to be bringing many, many millions of dollars to the Corpus Christi area and benefiting the city tax revenue. We must not forget that. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to make North Beach what it really can be. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Thank you for inviting me up here. My name's David Cowing. I live at 202 Reef Avenue on North Beach. I'd like to think that possibly 30 or 40 years from now, see all these names on a plaque commemorating the decision to advance the North Beach situation. I think it has the same character that you would see at the river, at the Riverwalk. And I really do think it would be quite a feat to leave that kind of a legacy behind for everybody. I'm a little nervous about speaking in front of people, so thank you.
Don't be nervous. Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Well, Excuse me, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I came with my group from the USS Lexington, and I think everything has been said about the USS Lexington and the aquarium. Thank you. Yeah, here we have two big, beautiful venues, and you're going through muck to get to them. I moved here, and I'm going to speak, not as USS Lexington, but privately. My name is Tony Briscoe. I came from San Antonio. I've lived around half the world. I chose Corpus Christi in my retirement because it reminded me of some of the posts I had overseas in the tropics. I said, I call Corpus Christi the poor man's Hawaii. Okay? I want to live there. And I came down here, and I live up at Marina del Sol. Very nice. I love the Ocean Drive. I love Padre Island. But I've come down to the Lexington and, like Robert, have walked through the water to get there. And my thoughts were, I live in the greatest part of Corpus Christi. What is this? Is this the poor man's Corpus Christi? Is this where people from parts of our communities that can't afford to go out to Padre Island, who don't even know about it, come down? Because it's the first thing they're going to go to. It's the cheapest place they're going to go to. And who lives there? Why is our city divided in two? You know, we can bring it to be one and to be beautiful all around, to include everybody. I'm proud to live in Corpus Christi, but when I first said to my friends in San Antonio, I'm moving to Corpus Christi, they said, why? There's nothing there. What are you moving to Corpus Christi for? I'm here because I love nature, and I've grown to love the people here too. So, thank you. I think I've said it all.
Thank you. Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? That's negotiable. All right, going 3 times. All right, we'll close the public comment period. I think this was very productive. We had a lot of good comments. We see the enthusiasm on by the majority of you here that spoke today. Despite, you know, some personal attacks late in the presentation, I think this council is committed to doing the right thing for the right reasons for the city of Corpus Christi. I have not heard, despite what you may have been told or heard, I have not heard any of the council members say they are opposed to a TERS. I think what they have said is we want to get it right, and we want it to be best for North Beach and for the community. This whole study started as a result of trying to find, and I get chastised for using this, but that's the facts. How do you make water run uphill when you've got a piece of property that's sea level and floods? And that's the issue we've been trying to solve. I can't think of anybody that I've got more respect for than Larry Urban, and we're going to listen very carefully to him. Their full report is coming, and I'm assuming he's got as much integrity and backbone as you've got, Larry. I don't know him that well, but if he's anything like his daddy, he's going to be a good man. So we're looking for his full report. I would think, as people of Corpus Christi, would want this council to be fully informed before they make a decision that has a major impact on our community. And so the city manager has scheduled those meetings. We'll be meeting with the county judge. the one thing that I guess to me is profoundly mysterious, as I look back and see Carolyn Vaughn back there, when we first started about this, I said, well, make sure you protect my big milk bottle on North Beach. And I'm not sure Carolyn even knew where the milk bottle was at the time. But we got to make sure. You know where the milk bottle is now, do you? You found it. All right. Well, we want to protect the milk bottle. Well, it's half full of milk, half that salt water. But, I was born and reared in Corpus Christi, so I've got a long memory of impacts that have happened on North Beach, both community and family. And so we're going to do the right thing for the right reasons. The council can speak for themselves, but I've not heard anybody say they're opposed to a TERS. They want to get it done right. And so when we get to our meeting with our presentation of our drainage issue, how we resolve that, and also when we get the price, that's going to have a bearing, I think, on some of the decision and how quickly we move. But we will move, and we'll move as quickly as we feel like it's in the proper timing of making this happen. Mr. McGill mentioned they started 10 years ago. Well, you're within weeks of getting a decision, so we're making it a lot quicker than 10 years, so we'll get it resolved. It's unfortunate that there were some accusations made against city staff and some others here that really have no basis in fact, but I understand emotions, and sometimes they're uncontrollable. But anyway, let's just start at one end and we'll go. Everybody's had a light on, but I think let's just start this way. Ladies first, if we have any comment here, just make it quickly, and then we'll get on just to thank you or whatever. If you don't have anything, we'll say
No, I
thanks.
mean, I will certainly thank staff and everyone who, many are already gone, left the room, but I thank everybody involved in this. But I always say this in public when I can, and your voices matter. And sadly, there is a lot of miscommunication and things that are assumed. And sometimes it's better to speak to whoever it is you think is on the wrong path, or you think is, or you need their opinion or suggestion. So as the mayor said, I will second that. I've not heard one council member on this dais say they don't support not only a TERS, but something done in North Beach, on North Beach, because we need that. And so Commissioner Vaughn, I believe we do stand on the same page. Your commission, or the county commissioners, the county with the city. I think from here, we work together in doing what's best for this community. And I don't think for 1 second anybody would say no growth or no improvements to your area is not one of them. So this was wonderful. And I always tell people, be heard. And there are many ways to be heard. This is the strongest way. An email is another way. A visit with us is another way. A phone call is another way. There are so many ways because we work for you. So I thank the staff, Mr. Zanoni, I thank you, the Commissioner's Court, and everyone in this room, because we are definitely on the path that we should all be on. So thank you.
Mayor, thank you, and I want to thank you for your leadership. I want to thank you for your pragmatism. I want to echo that also, that not one of my colleagues has indicated that they're not in support of this project. I know if anyone, I would have to say that the only concern that I had with this regard with the TERS, and I've shared it with Mr. McGill, I've shared it with Commissioner Vaughn, is that, you know, ad valorem is like pooling. And my district is one of the poorest in the region. And so we need to capitalize on that ad valorem as well. And, you know, I shared that with our city manager, and he's the one who basically came back with the schedule. And I said, that's satisfactory. I can show that you're trying to appreciate the citizens of District 3. And in doing so, that means that I expect that development to be there to be able to increase that ad valorem. The other thing that I might want to add is a large portion of you were concerned about the flooding. We're concerned about the water. You know, Mr. Villarreal, or Mr. Olivares, you made a wonderful, impassioned speech. And I think that's part of the challenge where I feel that some of us have failed to separate the two. We've not handled the public relations well, because what's happened now is we're marrying the two, that individuals think we're voting about flood mitigation. we're actually, we're looking for an economic development tool, as Philip Ramirez had indicated, so that way we could enhance our community. And that's part of the reasons that it's had to be slowed down, so that way all those questions could be answered. I must have fielded about half a dozen phone calls in the last 2 days thinking that, why aren't you gonna fix the flooding in Corpus Christi? I mean, the flooding on North Beach. And I said the vote or the presentation really is more, has to do with an economic development tool. So that's where we as a group, the North Beach Task Force of the group, and has made that mistake. So I think that's what's really got us on to this point where we want to make sure the community knows exactly what we're doing. And I owe it to my constituents in District 3 because we need to have, we want to think regionally, and it needs to be good for everybody. And you know, one last thing, I've always said that, you know, I had a 5-minute conversation with Bob Jones once, it lasted about an hour. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Mr. Zanoni, did the agenda previously state that we were going to vote on this item today?
Yes, it did, Councilman. The draft agenda that we put out Monday, a week ago, initially had this on the agenda for a first reading and a vote to move it to a second reading.
Okay. Do you know why it was moved? Is it just because we were meeting with the county and the other government entities to try to figure out what roles everyone's going to potentially play?
Yeah, after we posted the draft agenda, I received input from people on this body, the council, the commissioners court as well, asking for more information, not necessarily more time, but more information to hear about the tours for the first time in a briefing like this. Also to have the city and the county jointly discuss the funding.
But all of us have already heard it. Every single person up here has heard it.
Okay.
And that's not, what's that? Yes, we have. Maybe not all of us, but some of us have. I'm sorry if I came off too strong with you. I know you've been here new, but there has been plenty of opportunities for all of us to hear it. Plenty. 4 times a day, 5 days in a row? Give me a break. This is about the 7th time we've had the opportunity to vote on this. I'm sorry y'all keep coming in here. I would really, really like to vote on this. I do think that we're in a pretty tough position right now to do it. And here's why. If we go back there and come out here, the only thing that's going to happen is we're going to potentially decide that we're going to have more things to talk to the county and the port about. I don't think that you're going to have too much result in us walking back there, other than us voting yes or no. And that's about it. So we can either go back there for an hour and y'all can wait out here and wait for us to say no, or we could potentially, council members, get this over with, because I'm tired of this. There might be a lot of things that we can do, but I would like to move forward with the canal. The canal has been the oldest form of flood mitigation since the dawn of time. Is there any contestment to that? Egyptians, the Greeks, the Romans. I don't know why this is necessarily dragging on. I think that the urban family has done an excellent job. Thank you very, very much. The mayor is looking out for the best interest of the city, and the mayor has been very honest since he's been mayor. You show me the money, we're ready to pull the trigger. Sorry if I'm speaking out of someone else's mouth, Mayor, but you have been very honest. And we got to be able to present all this stuff at the right time for this council, and we have to be able to do it well and not aggressively telling them what to do, especially the ones that are trying to work with us to get this done. I've been on this project for 8 years, since my father was trying to put gaming casinos on North Beach and cruise ships. So I've been on this for a long time. We were going to potentially look at taking off the bridge, breaking down the concrete and steel, and put breakers out in front of North Beach to help prevent the erosion of the beach. I have been involved in this for a long time. I am very supportive of this. If there are any other people that would be willing to vote on it today, I would be very happy to move that way, but I'm going to let Gil speak since he's the last one, or potentially the mayor, before I make any decisions.
Mr. Roy, you got to go.
First of all, I would like to recognize the North Beach Task Force individuals that are on the actual task force that have worked with me. But the other thing is that I'd also like to recognize those individuals that have volunteered their time and effort. And if you could, for a moment, would you please stand up? If you have been part of that task force and you have worked in the war room, again, I want to thank you. There's been a tremendous amount of work, time, and effort put into this. I do agree that if you ever had a question, you ever had any issues, you wanted to understand what's going on, their door was always open. I also want to thank Lynn Frazier, particularly, for the things that he has done to continue to move forward with the city and having some patience to make sure that we execute this. As I've said many times before, as far as the TERS goes, I cannot think of one reason why we wouldn't do that. And I hope that today council uses their wisdom to support me on that. I am very familiar with the history of North Beach, 2009, when Kevin Kieschnick and Adami first talked about the TERS, and then from 2014, and the multiple times that it was tried to bring forward through different council members without success. This is very important to understand, when we went out for the retreat to set up what our goals were for the upcoming year as a new council, the first thing was developmental services, and the second thing was North Beach. And we had 7 council members and staff or council members make that a priority. 7 out of the 9 voted for that. So you've had the support there. And it's tremendous. What the things that we're doing and the things today, it's overwhelming to look at the amount of support that we have out here today. I appreciate you coming out, excuse me, coming out and spending your time. I think about our future generation. My 10-year-old daughter, at the time, I think she was 9 when she went to the first presentation at the aquarium and saw what the potential of North Beach could be. Being 9 years old, she doesn't quite understand that it's not there yet. So every time she keeps saying, I want to go over there and do this, I've got to explain to her, it just hasn't happened yet. But we've got future generations that we have to think about. And again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I appreciate your input. I appreciate this process. And I thanks for your candor and honesty. Thank you.
Well, thank you all so very much for coming out today on there. Why are we here? We're here because we gave instructions to city staff to set up a TERS. Like Councilmember Roy said, this was one of our priorities. I've dealt with the island TERS for years. I think I was the one that made that motion, was I, Chad? To do this. I have always been in support of the TERS on the island. Even today, I would text Commissioner Vaughn, we need this crowd at Del Mar. This city is supportive of the TERS. But getting Del Mar involved, that's where you all need to be on there. But one thing is we're going, as Judge Canala said, the devil is in the details. And we got the financing plan for this TERS. So I think, it's 9-0 that we're going to support the TERS. But as I look through that financing plan, there's not $1 for drainage. So if we go through it, we've heard the people come up today, we've got a drainage problem. There's no money in this financing plan for drainage. There's no money in this financing plan for a canal. So again, the devil is in the details on this. When we go through with this TERS, we need to make sure it is what you all want, what your needs are out there with the TERS. And I think Del Mar involved too. It is very important for the TERS. The more we bring together for this community, like we are all supportive of North Beach. We wouldn't have done that. We only had 2 people from the outside when we were at that retreat, Chad McGill and Debbie Lindsay Opal. And we were supporting North Beach there with no audience, no voters, nobody else. Again, I think I made the motion. So I've heard today about, I got caught in the mayor's crossfire on this. But everybody, we are in support. We just want it done right. We want to do what North Beach as a whole wants done. What are our problems? Is drainage a problem? Do we want the canal? When we put this financing plan together, it needs to reflect all of that. Thank you.
Mr. Molina.
I like the idea of the TERS, and I think it's something that has been sorely needed for a very long time. It's something that I've been talking about for since I became a council member years back. I've spoken with many of you out in the audience. I've spoken with many of the people that live here in the city on this side of the bridge about the potential that we have, that unlocked potential that we're going to realize here soon enough. And I think at the end of the day, when we have all the information that we want and that we need, I think it's going to be a good day, and I think we're going to all get to celebrate together. I like it, like I said, and I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Ready? Mr. Garza?
Well, let me first say I was real disappointed when I was called last Thursday and told that we weren't going to be able to get to vote on the TERS today, that it was just going to be in the manner of a briefing. I don't see any other way that we're going to be able to improve North Beach. The TERS and the drainage, we're talking about the details, I think they're 2 totally different things. The funding that's going to come from the TERS is not going to solve our drainage issues. We're going to have to figure out a different funding source. The choices that we have related to drainage is improving the pipe systems or an open drainage ditch or a canal. Those are the 3 options that we have that we've been told that might be viable options. And I think that debate's going to come later when we get the cost. And at that time, we got to figure out, okay, just like a developer does out in the south side, he determines whether he's going to set up a detention pond and create a lake, or is he going to be able to set up a series of drainage ditches to feed into also a creek or some area that, so he figures out what is going to be able to maximize his return on the property he has. And I think that's a decision the city's going to have to make in terms of deciding whether we're going to use a canal system, whether we're going to do the cheapest route that we can take, or whether we're going to use a drainage ditch. But I think the TERS, I mean, any day that we take and we delay the vote on a TERS, we're not sending the right signal to the investment community. We're not sending the right signal to North Beach. We're not sending the right signal to the other taxing entities that, hey, this is the tool that we need in order to be able to make a significant difference in North Beach. North Beach isn't, subdivision come lately. North Beach has been part of Corpus Christi since the early 1900s. My parents talk about having a great time in North Beach in its heyday when there was an amusement park down there. I've worked on economic development since I got involved in community boards. So I think, you were in the EDC office here and talked about all these different opportunities that came to Corpus Christi that some came and some went. When we set up the Type A board, there was no places. We didn't have a developer that was interested in doing things or someone interested in investing in Corpus Christi. So we started developing or started investing in education so we could have a educated workforce so that when the jobs did come, someone might be able to take advantage of those opportunities. Now we've got the Type B, and we're still, every day we're looking at ways to invest our dollars, our economic development dollars, in ways that's going to bring more and more opportunities to our young folks. Early on, during this meeting today, I was a little bit nervous looking around the crowd, and I see some very conservative folks here. I know Edom is very conservative. Bob Jones is conservative. You listen to his talk show. I mean, you'd think that Bob's probably against everything. You see. I'm sorry, Bob. But you see Sam and Fran Dalton. I thought that they were going to come up here and say, hey, you know, when I first got on the council, I think I was the first council member that stepped up out against Destination Bayfront. It was a project that would have beautified the community. It would have been a beautiful signature park for downtown Corpus. But there was no revenue. There was no income component. I don't see the same thing about this North Beach project. Talked about a $70 million park. If we get out there and we spend $40 million outside of the TERS, money that we have to spend because it's an infrastructure project that we've got to do in one of the oldest subdivisions in Corpus Christi. And if we have to spend that kind of money, then that's something that we're supposed to do because that's a service that we're supposed to provide for our citizens. It's a critical need that we have out there. And we've got 2 attractions out there with the aquarium and with the Lexington. God bless those folks that have been able to put those projects together. Probably in their wildest dreams, those folks that first heard about the projects said, there's no way somebody is going to support a Texas aquarium here in Corpus Christi, Texas. And it's among the greatest aquariums in the whole United States. And there's no way that they could have figured they could have had a campaign outside of tax dollars to raise another $50 million for expansion after expansion. And here, we're concerned about the amount of dollars that we're going to spend on the drainage projects. Yeah, it's a decision we got to make up here, that's for sure. But the TERS is a no-brainer. The issue for delaying the vote, oh, well, we don't understand it. Oh, we need a little more time to have it explained to us. We've been sitting up here voting on dollars and spending dollars that come in from the Project Island TERS and from the downtown TERS. Thank goodness that someone took the initiative to create those. Every other day that I step up and somebody talks about what a fiasco Slitterbomb has been, I had to argue and tell them how all those motels along South Padre Island Drive would not have happened had it not been that Slitterbomb came in here. Regardless, and the city put $5 million out. And we gained all this additional tax revenue, tax base, because of all the motels that were generated, just because Slitterbomb was coming. It hasn't been expanded, it hasn't been created to the degree that we were hoping for, but great things have happened. The big difference today, the big difference here, is that we've got an investor, Mr. Frazier. Thank you very much, sir. He's invested over $3 million first in the restaurant and looking at investing another $25 million first in Vista Point, which is part of the vision that Mr. Blackard had. I met Mr. Blackard a bunch of years ago. Don't have any business. We've never even had dinner together. But I'm a fan of his because I've seen some of the projects that he's done, and I've listened to some of his ideas and certainly none of them have come out of anybody in the community or out of city staff or out of all the planning consultants that we've hired. I've heard ridicule and complaints about giving them $60,000 for developing a video that he might be able to share his vision with folks in order to promote his project. And the reality, $60,000, we spent over $2 million to a consulting group out of San Francisco in order to try to sell the Destination Bayfront project. And that was city tax money. So the 2 projects are totally different, black and white. For me, voting on the TERS is a no-brainer. We should take that action. We should be leading. We shouldn't have Barbara Canales, bless her heart, the county judge having to come up here and tell us how to lead. We are the largest, besides the CCISD, we're the largest taxing entity here. Here, we have more at stake with that being the front door and the front window to our community. And we have more to gain by people saying, they're not going to say, oh, Nueces County is beautiful. They're going to say the city of Corpus Christi is beautiful when that Vista Point project comes up and that lighthouse that some people also thought was a joke comes up. We haven't given them a dime. We haven't given them the $600,000 for the lighthouse. We don't do it until after they completed the project. We're not out any ad valorem tax money for all the dollars that might appreciate. You're not giving up any ad valorem tax dollars in District 3. We don't, because if we don't put anything, we don't get anything. If they put, then the years down the road, we might get something back. That's the way it works. We don't put anything out that they don't first perform. Now, what we might have to put out is the drainage solution. We're going to have to deliberate that. We've got to get some hard numbers. And then we've got to make a decision of what makes the most sense for that area and for our community. And I know we're going to hear criticism from some of those folks that think they're not affected at all by North Beach. But quite frankly, I think that that's something that we need to do. Things have changed. Some things have created more water issues and drainage issues out there than were first experienced when that area first developed. We've had some erosion issues for years that we've been just replenishing that beach with. But the thing that excites me most is all the partnerships that they've been able to bring into the group in order to try to find the best solutions, not just a solution, but the best solutions for that area, and not just for right now, but for years going forward. So I know I've spoken way longer than I should, and I've already exercised my time, but thank you very much. I'd like to take a vote on that. If there's enough council members to support it, I'd love to take the vote on it today. Thank you.
Mr. Member.
Okay, let me start off by saying that I am 100% behind this TERS, and I have been from the beginning, and I wish that we could be voting on this now. I wish we could have been voting on it a couple weeks ago. So we could get this thing moving and get that baseline going. Secondly, I'd like to really thank Mr. Lynn Frazier and Jeff Blackard. I know you could be spending your money and your time in lots of other places, and I truly appreciate that you both are doing this for our community. And I know you've come into some headwinds, and I apologize for that, and I actually want to vet some of that. Specifically, and this is a question for Chip Urban. I have a question. There is a memo dated March 6, 2015 from Mark Van Black when he was the Executive Director of the Utilities Department. Have you received that memo?
Is this on?
North Beach Utility Infrastructure Improvements Update.
I did not receive it from the city staff. However, in one of my consultations with the North Beach Infrastructure Committee, it was shown to me.
And when was that?
I did confer with them to make sure that as we were doing our report, the option 3 did reflect what they had proposed. So
okay, so this was March.
These are closing comments. We're not here to skew the staff. We're not here. We can have this discussion of it. We need to close this out. Finish your comments about your support, your wide support, your 100% support. Let's do that. But if we want to go after the staff or we want to do something else, I think that's totally inappropriate for what this agenda item calls for. So,
well,
address the issue.
Mayor, I have to disagree with you on this because this is about questioning what's happening with this TERS and why we're in this situation. And it's just question like we assigned the North Beach Task Force to do this work, and then we don't support them. And then we come and lambaste them about not having enough information when we don't give them enough information. How do we hold them accountable, the North Beach Task Force and all these individuals, about them being able to do this and then not giving us enough information about supporting this TERS, and then we don't give them the information they need? It's that simple. We are having this argument, and we are having this delay. For what reason? We should be voting on this now. right now. This is not this is a no-brainer. If you look at the legislation for the creation of a TERS and what it is, you go read it. 311-0.05. it screams North Beach. This is a no-brainer. So let me ask another question. There was a feasibility assessment at North Beach for a TxDOT culvert flooding mitigation project done by HDR on July 20th, 2018. Did you receive that report?
That one I did receive.
And when did you receive it?
Early on.
Early on? But you didn't receive this one, the 2015. I'll give you a copy of it.
I don't recall getting a memo like that.
Okay, this one, it states on stormwater, drainage infrastructure assessment is complete, no infrastructure failures were identified, no replacement plan is scheduled. This is March 6, 2015 on stormwater drainage on North Beach. Are you familiar with what I'm saying here?
It was shown to me at one point. I saw it, but I couldn't reiterate what was in it. I don't have a copy of it.
Okay, so I have another question. Now, this is two different things, right? You have the TERS for economic development, and then you have a drainage issue for utilities, right? We're talking two different things. So we're talking about drainage water, but we also have a wastewater issue there. So we don't have anybody here from water. Okay.
I mean, the meeting, we're to discuss the closing statements, or I'm going to adjourn the meeting. It's going to make that simple. We're not here to skew this council. You can't expect staff or somebody else to come in here and remember things from 2015, what they have or haven't gotten. They see thousands of pieces of paper from between these times. So either make a closing comment, or I'm going to gavel the meeting shut.
Well, thank you, Mayor, for your openness on that. I apologize to all of you for having to come here for this. This should be easy. We should be supporting North Beach because it is a part of Corpus Christi. I'm in District 5. I'm on the south side of town. Honestly, I was in the Navy for the better part of 9 years. Honestly, I really don't want to visit the Lexington. I was on a ship for many, many years. But I appreciate those people who do. It's a testament to those who serve. But I understand the importance of supporting a place like North Beach for the development of Corpus Christi and for our future as a community and improving our tax bases. Like I said, I'm 100% behind this. I apologize again for you guys having to be here and having to go through this again one more time when we should have done this a long time ago. And I'd ask the staff to really support the North Beach Task Force and so they can continue to work. I know Jeff Blackard had mentioned that there hadn't been a traffic study. Maybe I can ask that question. Has there been a traffic study from our staff? Mr. Shoemaker, has there been a traffic study? Okay. So there's lots of things that still need to be done. And anyway, we still need a lot of work to be done. Please continue to support. Please continue to call your city council members, your council member at large, the mayor, to help you support this and continue this going. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Roy.
I just have one question, and I wonder if Miles, if you could answer this, because I was listening to Councilmember Hunter, and I want a clarification on this. Is it possible today to be able to vote because a public hearing was already posted in the past?
No, that public hearing was taken off. So because it's not on the agenda right now as a public hearing, I would not recommend voting for it because then you might have an item that would be challengeable as a violation of
not voting for the
311.03
item, voting to make a motion of direction to the staff.
A motion of direction, yes, but no.
A motion of direction you can.
Yeah, but you can't create the TERS without having a public hearing that's properly posted as a public hearing for the TERS.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, quickly.
We did post an executive session, so we could go in executive session, deliberate, and come back out and vote on what we deliberated in executive session, correct?
You could have voted on a creation of a TERS if you had met the precondition. The precondition of creating the TERS is having the properly noticed public hearing. You took the public hearing off of the agenda, so you don't have a formal public hearing that's noticed on the agenda. The TERS is still on there to discuss the legal preconditions in the exec session if you choose to have that exec session. However, because in the statutory prerequisite is the public hearing in this case, I would not recommend without the public hearing being on the agenda as a public hearing.
But why would we
voting
set
on
up a
creation.
public hearing with the county when the county judge and the county commissioner came up to speak on behalf of supporting the project?
I'm good with motion of direction if that's the only tool we have.
So why would we need to wait to meet with them? I'm just,
Yeah. Councilman Hunter, the Thursday meeting with the county was brought to my attention by several council members in the county themselves. Both entities wanted to meet as a joint group to discuss the project plan. That is, what are the TERS dollars used for in the
but
development?
they've been looking for county TERS flood mitigation dollars and haven't been able to find it for quite a bit of time. They don't have any necessarily new news that any of us would have over the last 2 years.
The Thursday event is not necessarily for new news, it's for both bodies to discuss as a
But
group what
the
you'd like to invest the dollars on.
makeup of the body for this task force already includes both groups.
Okay.
And I'm not trying to argue with you, Mr. Zoni, because you haven't been here,
Yeah.
but I do want to continue to argue with you about this openly right now, because I want to know what you've been told about this.
About what?
Where we are particularly on this project. We've had 7-2 positive votes on this 3 or more times. It's pretty strong.
What are you talking about?
On getting the TERS done. In fact, Councilman Smith was the one who did it, because he said, if you guys support me in District 4, I'll go ahead and make the motion on the TERS 4. That's almost word for word.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm getting moving on to TERS.
I don't think we've had any votes on creating a TERS yet. I don't know what you're talking about.
On the path of creating a TERS. I'm sorry, let me,
We have motion.
and we did have one motion of direction.
Yeah, and then we're moving that direction.
Right,
and
the
when
motion of direction was what the staff has been working on for some
Exactly.
time now.
I mean, we're doing what
So
we
this
voted
is,
we wanted to do.
yeah. To my understanding, Councilman Hunter, this is the first time we've been able to present the financing plan that shows how much revenue would be generated over the 20-year period and the recommended city contribution. We recommended a two-step process of 100% over the first 10 years and then 75% of the taxes for the next 10. So that would be new information that was presented today. I don't think it's ever been presented before. And we wanted to be able to present
That's
that
true.
today and not have the council
Thank you.
have to worry about a vote today. Let that sink in. Next Thursday, we can discuss with the county about what are the two governments' options in terms of funding reimbursements and finalize what they call the project plan.
All right.
There's one thing I'd like to say.
Sure.
Early on in your presentation, you showed that calendar, and that was based on going forward, what we're going to do in terms of the timeline and when we're going to bring this to a first and a second vote.
Right.
I think it's critical. We've had the public come out, support this, have a lot of questions, and when they want to leave here, they want to make sure that they understand where we're at in terms of the future of what we said we were going to do.
Yeah, we can put that slide back up. It's slide number 25.
Yes.
And it's specific with the dates. Once we put it up, Councilman will. Yeah, there we go. Back one. Okay, so today we're doing the briefing, and if the council desires, we can go into executive session. That next line is, we have a definitive date now. It's going to be next Thursday, the 24th, at 8:30 to 10 o'clock in the Salina Rotunda in the ABC Center, Convention Center. Will be a joint council and Commissioners Court meeting to talk about the project plan. And then on the 29th of October at a city council meeting, we'll have a detailed presentation by Urban Engineering on the drainage, and council can have questions and dialogue on what is the best drainage solution for the North Beach. And then we have November 12th, city council, and November 19th, city council, with it being the first reading, and then the 19th is the second reading and potential adoption. So that's the timeline laid out.
City Manager, I appreciate this next step. However, I understand that even though this is outlined, it takes a council member in terms of a motion of direction to be able to make sure that we adhere to this.
Not necessarily. This is the staff's plan. I mean, you could do a motion of direction if you chose. We're geared to do all this already.
Well,
we don't necessarily need a motion, but you could if you wanted.
I want to make sure that the people here understand that we are committed to this time frame. Therefore, I would like a motion of direction.
Second. Still have some more discussion.
To follow this schedule.
Okay.
And there was a second?
I second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Got some comment?
Yeah. Last Tuesday, we got our first cut at the financing plan. So none of us have got it till last Tuesday. You have to discuss in an open deal. You've heard today, we have no discussion of how we're going to spend $32 million in 11 different ways. This was given to us. This body has not looked at those 11 different ways of spending this $32 million worth of taxpayers' money. So we're hearing a lot, let's push forward, let's push forward. I was one that wanted to get a workshop where we could get our county partners and us together and go through these 11 points of spending this $32 million on there rather than what we just received from staff and doing a rubber stamp. It gives you all, the public, an opportunity to weigh in there too. So it's there in our legislature. You'll see those 11 different ways that we're spending the $32 million. As I said before, this gives us as a body, along with our county partners, where do we want to put it? Do we want to put some in drainage on there? Do we want to put some money in the breakwaters with it? How much do we want to give for demolitions, those kind of things? Again, 11 points, $32 million. We have not spent 1 second up here discussing how that $32 million will be spent. And then we have the other issue of Del Mar, bringing Del Mar in. We haven't heard yet the full subject on the drainage. We've got a schedule sitting here that's a quick schedule. We'll have it done by the end of the year. So, yeah, but.
Can you turn your mic on, please?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Again, I think that the city manager has outlined that. I have no doubt when the city manager says that that's what we're going to do, that we will do it. But I feel at this point that a motion is important because the people have to understand they've spent their time and effort, that they can walk away and understand that council is fully supporting that agenda and calendar to make these things happen. You know, you heard the judge talk about the devil in the detail, or everybody has said here, there hasn't been one person that says that a TERS isn't needed. We can get the details worked out. I'm comfortable with that. Anyway, I've got a motion, I've got a second. I'd like to take it to vote.
Call the question.
All right. Mr. Zanoni, we're making a motion that you follow the suggested schedule that you presented to us.
Okay, and I
handle
can
it?
follow my own words. Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay.
All in favor of allowing Mr. Zanoni to carry out the schedule that he presented to us?
Aye.
Anybody opposed to that? Okay.
Thank you.
I think what you've seen is that we want to do it right, and what you may have been led to believe in the past, that all of this information has been available for months and months and months, and it has not been, and that's why we want to make it right and do it the right way. So if there's anything else, we now have, we're not going into the executive session, and do we need anything else? If not, we appreciate you coming, and meeting adjourned.